all business-to-business sessions, right from around 11:30, thereabout. So we want to make sure that we respect the fact that business must happen. After all this is said and done, business needs to happen, trade discussions need to happen, buyers and sellers need to sign intents to trade, and then we get the enabling environment, which is what we've been talking about, to support businesses to actualize that trade. It is one thing to sign an intent to do business, but then it is another thing to actualize trade, and that's what we are now looking forward to. And indeed, as the Ministry of Trade in Uganda, Mr. Ndore told us, it is the role of policymakers to create or even develop regulatory frameworks in consultation with private sector, but then it is the role of private sector to ensure that that business and that trade happens. So we'd like to make sure that trade actualization happens beyond today, where we will have the intents to do business signed by business buyers and sellers. So just to quickly recap, in not more than 5 minutes, yesterday we had quite a very heavy program, you must say. And that was intentional because we wanted to create as much time as possible for businesses to discuss through the B2B for market linkages. And so we had our country director, Michael Kitulizo, country director Tanzania, represented by our board director from Uganda, Shambabora, that is Dr. Alfred Mwangi, talking about the role of EAGC in facilitating grain trade and trade facilitation across borders. He emphasized that it's quite key. And then the role of market information to enable buyers and sellers to make informed decisions. And then the need for, the market linkages for service providers for access to agricultural inputs and even post-harvest management solutions, including testing of quality, and then the need to keep the borders open so that trade can happen. So then after that, we had remarks from AGRA. And so Nega Ubne from AGRA, the head of markets and trade. Nega, I'm still practicing how to pronounce your name, so you'll forgive me. Next time I'll do better than this. So we had the role of AGRA in scaling agricultural innovations that help the smallholder farmers towards increasing income, for improved food security and better livelihoods. And we had Trademark. From Trademark, we had Mr. Shami Elibariki, the country director Tanzania from Trademark, where he focused on the role of Trademark in increasing sustainable and inclusive intra-African trade and exports. He also talked about the Trademark initiatives that enhance business and trade environment and boosting competitiveness of country exports and imports. And so from the remarks from our partners, that's AGRA and Trademark, I think one key takeaway and key aspect that came out of that session was that trade will create a safety bank for the continent, for the African continent. And so really trade must happen. So from there, we had a presentation by the Executive Director, Mr. Masila from Eastern Africa Grain Council on the state of play for the for the grain sector in the Eastern and Southern Africa. And from there, we had a recap on the global grain production, trade, and consumption. He brought it closer home to Africa, and focusing on the opportunities that the African continent and the Eastern and Southern Africa region, where we have significant interdependence between countries in grain trade, taking advantage of the different agroecological and crop calendars, and the need for access to markets and access to food, which is very critical for food security to happen. And one thing that he mentioned was that best place to buy is from our neighbors. And so it's important that, keeping our borders open so that that trade can happen from surplus regions, which depend on deficit regions for markets and for access, whereby this deficit regions would depend on the surplus regions to access produce. Then we had a keynote address on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Hussein Bashe, which was delivered by the Director General of COPRA. And before her, we had Dr. Abel Mtembeji from the Ministry of Agriculture as well. And I think one of the things that was quite emphasized was the role of government in enabling regional cross-border grain trade for food security to happen. And one thing that came out was the need to enhance agricultural productivity, and the Building a Better Tomorrow initiative by Tanzania government was also, it came out and it was quite emphasized on how the government of Tanzania is advancing the sector's production, processing, and trade. And one thing that came out also from the minister's speech is that Tanzania is open to do business, and that is quite good news. And the commitment that we got from Tanzania for regional trade to happen. And the good news was that we saw the notice from the National Food Reserve Agency, where maize stocks availability for sales were reported at 277,000 metric tons. And so the price was offered at 450 USD per metric ton with Incoterms of free carrier. Then we had a presentation by the IAMDA, that is Fred Ogana, on the situational analysis of the grain value chain. And this is a study, like you noted, that was conducted with support from Trademark Africa and an ongoing project on strengthening competitiveness for grain value chains, export-oriented grain value chains in East Africa. And so EAGC conducted that study through a consultant, that is IAMDA, and Fred Ogana presented. And so from that, we saw that the study focused on the farmer institutional capacity strengthening, trade facilitation of export enterprises, and then the need for enabling export trade environment. So we got feedback from millers and exporters in that study. And so various aspects were clearly highlighted at farm level on need to increase production and improve post-harvest handling. And at exporter level, the need for market linkages and structured access to markets and finance. And with regards to enabling and creating an enabling environment, the need for a sector platform for sector engagements was emphasized, where then hosting of regional regular forums would be done to align and align on gains and challenges that are facing the sector, so that then those can be addressed in collaboration. So then the report was validated in 3 parts, where Matthews Wanjala from Trademark Africa took us through that session. And the 3 parts were based on the objectives, the findings, and the recommendations. And one thing I'd like to emphasize here is the fact that from that study, we got feedback from the floor that next subsequent studies should also consider scope. And of course, that will need finance and collaboration with partners to run similar studies in the other countries that were not part and parcel of that study, and then looking into other grain value chains as well that were not part of that study. So then we had a session with industry associations on bottlenecks that are impacting grain trade among private sector stakeholders. And I think we had it quite clear on the key, or rather the bottlenecks that private sector undergoes as they do trade. And one thing that came out was that we know that our neighbors need grain, so let's not make it difficult for our neighbors to do business. And I think that's a very key issue that came out from that session. And the need to work together in ensuring free trade between countries happens, need to let the forces of market, demand and supply take their course. The need for, it's not just about quantity of grain, but quality of what we are trading across borders. And the need for capacity building among countries to continue beyond this forum. And I think that then adds into the need for the sector platform. The need to leverage on surplus trade opportunities, and we heard from Epospia that there's an opportunity to do business beyond. Ethiopia is trading almost 90% with other countries, and not the region. So tapping into those opportunities for the surplus grain that is available in Ethiopia, which is just across the borders. Then regulatory framework is in place. So need to work together to enforce what is working and working together to review what is not working. Access to finance was also a key aspect, and we noted that there is need to ensure that there is grain availability so that even opportunities and concepts like the warehouse receipt system can support farmers to access finance. Inter-country discipline was emphasized, and the need to commit to engage in honest businesses and building relationships amongst business partners to reduce conflicts and alternative dispute resolutions. And an opportunity was discussed about contract farming, where the law needs to support contract farming so that the investor that is working with farmers in contract farming is not shortchanged in the process. And then the need to further harmonize standards beyond East Africa, the 6 East Africa community countries, to include the countries in the room, the DRC, the Ethiopia, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and the likes. And we noted that it is important that importing countries start viewing, in as much as importing countries are currently importing, we learned from Zambia that for the first time in 20 years, Zambia is importing grain. And so moving forward, countries that are exporting, in order for them to do business with their neighbors, they will need to view themselves as importing countries. And the exporting countries need to view themselves as, I hope I'm not mixing it up. Exporting countries need to be, and I see you face laughing. Importing countries will need to view themselves as exporting countries. And the exporting countries need to view themselves as importing countries. That way, we will wear the shoe of the neighbor who is currently importing while we are exporting to them, and see where the shoe is pinching the most and see how best to facilitate and support them in doing trade to achieve food security. I hope that point comes out clear. And I was emphasizing it based on the fact that currently Zambia is importing grain. This has not been the case in the past. So exporting countries need to view themselves as importing countries so that they can facilitate trade for our neighbors who need grain. And we make it as easy as possible for that business to happen and not making it difficult for those who need grain. I hope the point is clear. So then after that, we had a session on trade facilitation with agencies with different roles in grain exports and imports. And one key aspect, without deliberating on the points, was that we noticed that even the policymakers were asking questions and finding out from their fellow policymakers, what are you doing to address this issue? And so as a result, we thought it's important today for this conversation to continue even while the business-to-business meetings will be ongoing at 11:30, so that we can have that government-to-government conversation and see how we can support each other as neighbors to make trade happen and make it as easy as possible so that we can achieve food security. So today, when the business-to-business meetings will be ongoing, we shall also have on the sidelines an engagement among government officials on what they are doing and just making sure that we are aligned and on the same page, well updated on what our governments are doing across the borders to facilitate trade. So then the next session that crowned the day was with regards to the sector platform, which was emphasized as the day went on, the need to have a strong platform where industry associations, research, development partners, and policymakers work together to achieve the common agenda of food, timely response to food security, timely response to the challenges around production, challenges around facilitating cross-border trade. And so that platform would then work towards undertaking research, coordinating investments, and hosting periodic and frequent learning sessions so that all of us as sector players are well updated and are appraised on what's going on in the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, that was our day one for some of us who have joined us today. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that, and to recognize that we've been joined by the East Africa community today. So Ramadan Mfaume, if you can just stand and wave at the room so that we get to know and we recognize that we have East Africa Community Secretariat with us. So Ramadan Mfaume is the Senior Standards Officer with the East Africa Secretariat. And we know that there are others that have also joined us today. So that was a recap for their sake, and also just to make sure that we are proceeding into the second day while we are on the same page. So now we will proceed to the panel sessions of the day. And there are only 2 panel sessions today. We will start with the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have representatives, as you can see on the program, from various countries. And the focus with these ministries of agriculture will just be to hear from them feedback to a study that was recently conducted by AGRA on the Southern Africa drought situation. They've had a copy of that study. And so that we are all on the same page, and as high-level delegates in the room, Nega Ubene from AGRA will be taking the stage to just quickly bring us up to speed on the executive summary of that study, so that we are all on the same page. And so we'll be hearing from the ministries of agriculture what is the feedback to some of the policy and commercial recommendations that this study brought out in their own perspective. And we'll also be finding out from the ministries of agriculture what is their role with regards to promoting grain production to support the local industry to increase production and productivity, so that the deficit countries today can be surplus countries for tomorrow, so that we can achieve regional food security and rely on ourselves, depend on ourselves, instead of relying on commodity from overseas while we have the capacity to produce. So they'll be responding to that question. And then secondly, just to hear what incentives are there to support private sector to increase production, to increase productivity, so that we can achieve the surplus that will support the regional grain trade that we'd like to achieve from these engagements. So without taking much more time, I'd like to now invite the heads of markets and trade from AGRA. That's Nega Ubene. I'm still trying to figure out how to pronounce the name right. Maybe I should just say Nega. And so Nega will take us through the executive summary and then invite the panelists from Ministries of Agriculture. Welcome, Nega. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes on board.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone had a good night's sleep and rested well after a long day yesterday. This study was commissioned by AGRA and financially supported by FCDO, basically to understand the food security situation in Southern Africa caused by the El Nino drought, and basically develop policy and commercial response to the emergency situation. Today we hoped the author of the report, the consultant, would join us online to present the report. Unfortunately, he's not able to, and we couldn't reach him. So I'd like to take you through the executive summary of the report, basically what the report is about, its purpose, the data and methodology they have used, some of the key findings of the report, as well as what the recommendations are. So based on that, we'll have the panel discussion later, and also feedback to some of the key findings and the recommendations. So, the report says that the season in Southern Africa was really characterized by high temperatures, reduced precipitation, and generally dry conditions, which are expected to result in below average yield level in crop production in the region. So the study covers 3 countries, Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, which have been forced to declare a disaster and national emergency in order to be able to respond in a coordinated manner to the food security problem. So the purpose of the study, as I said, is to provide in a timely manner robust data and analytics to facilitate evidence-backed food security and policy decisions and response mechanisms. So this study aims to inform policymakers, basically with hard facts and evidence, what the situation looks like in the region. In terms of the data and methodology, they used a combination of both quantitative and qualitative data and analytical approach. They applied machine learning models and random forest algorithm, I have no idea what it is, and used to predict maize production for Zambia, particularly across 10 provinces. They used historical production data. They used satellite imagery to look at precipitations and maize projections for the other countries, which is Malawi and Zimbabwe, were obtained from crop estimate surveys conducted by their ministries of agriculture in their respective countries. The report has been validated by stakeholders, which was in a meeting held in Lusaka earlier. So it has benefited from feedback from stakeholders in the region. So some of the key findings in the report are in Zambia. It says the report is actually the drought is very severe. It has affected the regions that contribute about 60% of the maize production in Zambia. And it expects these regions to lose a minimum of 70% of the crop production on average from the regions that produce 60% of the maize. This is an indication of how severe the impact of the drought is. And then it suggests that overall Zambia would actually lose between 22 to 40% of the maize production in the 24-25 cropping season from the historical average of production. So in terms of the quantity that's shortfall expected was for human consumption, including the strategic reserve and for the industrial processing, between 600,000 metric ton and 800,000 metric ton shortfall of grain is expected in Zambia. Besides grain, Zambia is also a major player in maize seed production. So this drought is also expected the seed production in Zambia for export. A number of countries also depend on Zambian seed. So the fact that there is a drought in Zambia affecting the seed is also affecting other countries in the region. So there is a decline from previous seasons, 56,000 metric tons of maize seed to about 54,000, which is basically a 2,000 metric tons decline. So Zambia being a key exporter of maize seed in the region, the seed production decline has both national and regional implication, with the expected increase in maize area planted has also declined. So the other key findings, industry experts indicate that about 35 to 40,000 metric tons of seed will be demanded locally, and about 25,000 for export. So Zambia will be expected to to produce between 60,000 to 75,000 metric tons of seed this year to meet both the domestic and regional demand. So in terms of the responses, the report says imports will be required to close the supply gap in Zambia, which we said was between 600 to 800,000 metric tons. But widespread drought and reduced harvest in southern African regions, there are limited potential sources of import in the southern Africa region. But it points out that Tanzania has a critical advantage, being geographically close to Zambia, and also logistically it's much more manageable given the distance to import from Zambia. So regional aggregate supply is likely to fall below regional demand, necessitating imports from deep sea and other subregions such as Eastern Africa. As a whole, the region has an estimated supply gap between the three countries, around 3.1 million metric tons of maize for the 2024 to 25 marketing year. The countries have devised a number of responses to this drought situation, coordinated by government units in charge of disaster management. The responses are mainly focused imports to replenish the low strategic grain reserve. There is a well-functioning food market. They also intend to support production by providing inputs and extension. Winter cropping is another intervention that's being promoted across the region. However, the report says the monitoring and evaluation remains very weak and focuses mainly on implementation of this emergency response. So there is no effective monitoring to gauge whether response is really quite effective or not. And regional trade is expected to play a major role in distributing the tight supplies from surplus to deficit areas and to stabilize prices. However, in countries such as Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, likely to maintain export restrictions and thus limit effectiveness of trade tool to stabilize regional supplies and prices. We have seen this. AGRA, EAGC and Trademark Africa have looked at some of the issues from both exporting and importing countries. We have identified a number of non-tariff trade barriers restricting trade. We've been holding, as I said yesterday, bilateral meetings between AGRA president and then the ministers of agriculture in both importing and exporting countries, trying to resolve some of these trade barriers that exist. Some of them include, not allowing GMO. Some of the countries are afraid of the maize necrosis disease being imported from the neighboring countries. So they were demanding not grain maize, but maize flour. But apparently some of the maize flour standard in an importing country is different from the exporting country flour standards. So we've been trying to to ease some of these trade barriers so that the grain flows to where it is demanded. So the key recommendations from the report based on the study are classified into short-term and then medium and long-term strategies. So in terms of short-term responses, the report says the governments should urgently identify potential import sources and lock in a good price. Import parity analysis shows that Tanzanian prices are quite competitive, and also being in proximity of those countries, the logistics costs are also manageable compared to other sources. So that's where the report is recommending they focus on Zambia, but Zimbabwe can import from South Africa. The challenge is Zimbabwe does not allow GMO maize, so that could be a potential problem for Zimbabwe to import from South Africa. And then to curb fears of the potential phytosanitary issues from Tanzania, it says there is an urgent need for Zambia, Malawi, to provide necessary resources to their respective plant quarantine and phytosanitary services, to deploy field personnel at the border and on the Tanzanian side, if possible, to carry out tests on maize from Tanzania before the maize crosses borders. This is actually one of the key challenges we've been trying to address by promoting mutual recognition agreements between countries, so that we need to avoid this kind of interventions in order to make sure the grain imported meets the quality standards. And the other recommendation, the report says in Zambia there is a need to clarify on import modalities to improve transparency and certainty in order to attract private investment. And the ongoing efforts to involve private sector to supply maize to FRA is welcome and commendable. However, it says there is a need for more clarity in terms of pricing to inform planning by the private sector. The other recommendation is there is a need for Malawi, Zambia and Zimbabwean governments to continuously identify and incentivize emergent and commercial farmers with ready-to-go irrigation to produce winter and early maize. And also it says to help cushion the vulnerable households, national governments in the region need to devise well-targeted social welfare programs. Governments have expanded their social cash transfer programs to enhance the purchasing power of vulnerable households in areas where markets are functioning. So we all realize that food security is not only about production, it is also about incomes. Even if when the grain is available in the market, people need to have the resources to be able to afford them. So the cash transfer targeted to vulnerable households is quite important. And there is an urgent need to develop a well-coordinated and robust monitoring and evaluation system at the national and regional level to facilitate for tracking of progress, learning and experience sharing. So we need to know how effective those interventions are. In terms of the medium and long-term responses to the situation, supporting policies not only at production but also marketing levels. For example, promoting maize and cassava blended mealie meal to create demand for cassava and spur its production. So this is the end of the recommendations. So now I think we can start the discussion. Basically, should we proceed to the panel or? Yeah. So I would like to invite the panelists to the stage, and then we can have a Q&A, and then later we open the session to the audience. Thank you.
I have to correct the titles so that we have people invited
Sure.
on the stage.
Yeah.
And then I'll
Okay.
pass it. Thank you very much for that presentation, Nega. I hope that we've been able to follow through on that update It's quite an interesting findings that we are getting from this study. And soon we'll be opening up the floor to hear from the participants on what is your feedback to that study, and how do we then work together to promote each of us in the various countries to increase production so that we can support each other in this time of need when our neighbors are in need of grain. So I wanted to just let Nega breathe in and out as he proceeds to moderate that session. And now I'd like to just take this opportunity to invite the panelists on the floor, on the stage. So from Ministries of Agriculture, we'll be getting feedback on this study and the policy and commercial options and the response to this study, and also getting to hear the role of the Ministries of Agriculture in promoting grain trade. And so from Tanzania Ministry of Agriculture, from the Department of Food Security and Markets, we have the Principal Agricultural Officer, Dr. Abel Mtembeji. Please, if you can take the floor, if you can take your seat on the panel. We have from Uganda, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Commissioner in charge of Crop Inspection and Certification, Paul Mwambu. Please come on the floor. Let's give them a clap as they come on the stage. From Ministry of Agriculture in Zambia, from the Department of Agribusiness and Trade, we have the Chief Economist, Nicholas Obi Mainza. Welcome on stage. A round of applause for him. From Malawi Ministry of Agriculture, we have the Director of Crops, Elida Kazira. Welcome on stage. Right. And from Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries in Democratic Republic of Congo, the Assistant Director, Department of Agricultural Services in Kinshasa, we have Jean-Louis Tisambu. Welcome on stage, Jean-Louis. So that is a panel that will be discussing this morning, giving feedback on the study as well as a discussion around the role of ministry in promoting grain production so that then the countries can have surplus for trade, promoting regional food security. So I'm handing it over back to Nega to moderate the session, and let's look forward to this interesting conversation. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jacinta. Welcome, panel members. Good morning. So we'll start with a few questions for you. The first question we'll ask is basically on the findings of the report in terms of the severity of the drought and the shortfall in grain as well as seed. But the countries covered are, as I said, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. So I would like to focus the first set of questions to representatives from the three countries, whether the findings in the study are really correct in your view, or from your assessment, from your ministry, does it actually reflect the situation in the country? So let me start from Zambia.
Good morning. Maybe just to start with, I thank you so very much for the opportunity. I've read the report, and I've also listened to the presentation, and I can actually confirm from here that the report actually has spoken to the reality. I think they did a very good study, which has actually spoken to, is speaking from the kind of the situation or the circumstance that we found ourselves in as a country, Zambia. The drought was quite massive. The effects were and are very significant. And we've not really sat back, as a country. We've actually looked into how best we can then find solutions or mitigations to try and help us come out of the situation. It could be a situation that we found ourselves in from the time that maybe we can say from somewhere around February of 2024, which is likely to go all the way until 2025, maybe somewhere April. So what we've done, actually, I can see from the report that it has spoken to the immediate mitigation, the medium term, as well as the long term solutions that we've put across as a country to try and help us out in terms of finding solutions. So I've seen the report has spoken to issues to do with social cash transfer, where we've increased the numbers in terms of the volumes, maybe the people that should access the money, so as to give them the buying power. Then we also have put in measures. For example, we have the Food Reserve Agency. We've introduced programs like the community sales of maize to those 6 or 7 provinces that have been actually seriously affected by the drought in the southern region of the country. Then we've also gotten in very handy to try and bring on board the commercial farmers. Commercial farmers have been more on the production of seed maize and not on the commercial side. I mean commercial maize. They've been producing seed maize as well as wheat. But we've gone in to try and convince them. We've spoken to them by giving them I can say lucrative contracts. Yeah, I know Juf is there. We've given them some good contracts to try and get some potential out of them. We've gone in to speak about what we're calling an early maize production program, where they would go in and then start with irrigating the crop, and then when the rains come, and then they pick up. So that also has helped us to offload a bit of quantities, a bit of volumes, onto the market, so that we are able to provide some food just to keep us running. Then I've seen the report has also spoken to indeed the programs that we were actually speaking starting yesterday, that we've been coordinating well with our neighbors Tanzania, and that I think government has locked in certain volumes. The deficit is about 650,000 metric tons that we may need to feed the population. And I've seen the report has spoken to between 600,000 to 800,000, which is within the limit. And we've used Tanzania because of certain ties. The maize, I think, which is here, could actually conform to what we require there. And also, we cannot talk about it without looking at the cost implications, and also the crossability to Zambia. So those are some of the issues that we actually looked into, and the program has actually begun. Like one of my colleagues who presented yesterday spoke that we have teams that are already in the country here in Tanzania today, looking at route surveillance, looking at the areas where this maize that we identified is, looking at the potentials to do with capability to load and all those issues. So we are in dire need. We cannot run away from that fact. But we've not sat back. We've also gone into putting those measures. For now, I can pause here. Thank you.
I would like to go to Madam Kazira also to talk about the situation in Malawi. Although the report extensively was covering Zambia, I would like to hear whether you are facing similar situations in Malawi.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Edida Gazira. I'm Director of Crop Development in the Ministry of Agriculture, Malawi. I think I totally agree with the report, and also agree with what my colleague here has said. The impact of El Nino has affected Malawi heavily, more especially in the southern part of the country, and also in the districts bordering Zambia. In these areas, we totally lost the production. So in some cases, farmers have not harvested anything. It dried even before tasseling. So I agree totally with the report, and on the recommendations that the report is highlighting. Although I didn't see the report, I didn't receive the report, but I have heard the summary. So what is the report is recommending is exactly what we are doing. What Zambia is doing is exactly what Malawi is also doing. On the social cash transfer, we used to provide the social cash transfer to the vulnerable farmers, but now we have increased the amounts looking at what has happened to these farmers. So we are trying to give them muscles to be able to buy the food. And supporting the commercial farmers, the private farmers, we are also into winter production. We are linking these farmers to financial institutions. And we have our financial institutions, Malawi Industrial Investment Corporation, we call it MIC, that is giving farmers loan. Government is just facilitating that to make sure that farmers get loans for inputs, for irrigation, for whatever they want to make production for the winter. And the government is also rehabilitating schemes that maybe were damaged during the cyclones, because to say the truth, Malawi has suffered a lot in the past 3 years. We had the cyclones, 2 years, and now it's the El Nino. So we have been beaten both sides, left and right. So we are now encouraging the private sector to come into production, and we are doing everything that it takes to make them participate in the production of grains and whatever crop they can produce, so that we improve our food security. And on the imports, we are also engaging Tanzania. Yeah, there was some issues on the disease, the maize disease, but then it was discussed, and as my colleague said yesterday, we are now importing from Tanzania. We are getting maize from Tanzania, and we are also importing from South Africa, and we are looking at wherever we can import from, we are doing that, so that our farmers, our people in Malawi have something to eat. We are also having a mega farm approach, where we are encouraging large-scale farmers, whoever has irrigation facility, whether it was abandoned some years ago, we are assisting those farmers to rehabilitate their irrigation so that they can produce from now even to next year, rainy season. They are also being assisted so that they can supplement rainfed. If this year, if next year happens like this year, we want to be supplementing with the irrigation. So we are doing all it takes to make sure that we have production in Malawi. We are also mobilizing the farmers so that they they form like cooperatives or farmer groups, and we have a project called agriculture commercialization, which is supporting these farmers with the matching grants. Depending on what you want to do in the value chain, the matching grants like you contribute 30%, they pay 70%, or 80%, you contribute 20%, depending on what you are doing. So farmers are encouraged to buy tractors to go into mechanization, so that we increase production, because for years we have been depending on smallholder farmers. And from the presentation yesterday, we noted that smallholder farmers have fragmented there's fragmented farming system. So we want to get away from that fragmented farming system, so that farmers can be producing as alliances, as groups, as organizations, and we are giving matching grants for that. So what my colleague in Zambia, what they are doing in Zambia, we are also doing in Malawi. I think I don't have to take much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Although DRC was not covered in the study, we know that DRC gets a lot of grain supplies from Zambia. Now Zambia has been affected. It has very big shortfall in supply. So apparently will not be able to supply DRC. So our colleagues in DRC have been affected. And also yesterday we talked about the logistics problem of moving grain from the region to DRC because of transport infrastructure and distance issues. So I'd like to invite my colleague Jean-Paul Sisambu to respond to that.
Jean-Louis.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, allow me to speak in French because if I speak in English, people in my country will not understand what I'm going to say. So if you can take to understand what I'm going to say. Thank you. Alors, merci beaucoup pour la parole et pour l'invitation que vous avez accordée à la République démocratique du Congo. Et mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes le ministère de l'Agriculture et de la Sécurité alimentaire de la RDC. Et avant toute chose, je voudrais dire à mes collègues de la Zambie et du Malawi que nous sommes sérieusement ensemble avec eux. Nous sommes d'équerre avec la situation qui leur est arrivée de cette désertification qu'on a appelée El Nino. Et que nous, en tant que ministère de l'Agriculture en RDC, nous travaillons depuis longtemps dans l'accompagnement des producteurs céréaliers pour essayer de suppléer, d'inciter les producteurs à produire beaucoup plus de céréales dans les pays afin de couvrir les déficits d'abord du pays, mais aussi de favoriser les exportations d'abord dans la région parce que nous sommes des voisins, nous sommes les pays qui a 9 pays voisins et la RDC c'est un grand pays au centre de l'Afrique avec plus de 100 millions d'habitants actuellement. Et cette position stratégique, entre autres le COMESA, la SADC, l'EAC et la CEAC. Et pour ça, le pays est ouvert à tous les partenaires qui voudraient venir faire des investissements dans notre pays, à être dans les commerces, dans les importations des produits vivriers et céréaliers, mais aussi à ceux qui voudraient venir investir. Alors, en tant qu'institution, qu'est-ce qu'on a pu faire pour intégrer toute cette communauté et prendre des mesures pour essayer d'assurer les bons commerces transfrontaliers des céréales? D'abord, nous avons adhéré à la stratégie SPS de la SADC et aussi récemment, au mois de mai, ici à Dar es Salaam, nous avons validé la stratégie SPS de la communauté des États d'Afrique de l'Est. Et aussi, nous avons adhéré à la ZLECAf, à la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, dans laquelle nous allons promouvoir beaucoup plus, avec les ministères du commerce extérieur, les échanges dans la région et dans toute l'Afrique. Et quel est le rôle clé que le pays nous faisons en tant que ministère de l'Agriculture pour favoriser l'investissement local dans les céréales, afin de pallier au déficit en céréales, mais aussi de favoriser les exportations. D'abord, la première chose, c'est que nous faisons la certification des agri-multiplicateurs. C'est-à-dire toutes les personnes, toutes les organisations des producteurs qui travaillent dans la production des semences et des céréales. Le ministère de l'Agriculture le certifie et leur donne une certification nationale qui fait à ce que ces personnes soient en mesure de venir auprès du ministère pour demander des subventions et des accompagnements. Mais aussi, après la certification des agri-multiplicateurs, nous faisons aussi la certification des semences que ces agri-multiplicateurs produisent. Et cette certification fait à ce que ces semences puissent être validées au niveau régional et que nous pouvons même les exporter au niveau africain et voire au niveau mondial. Mais aussi, pour les exportations, avant de faire une exportation, le ministère de l'Agriculture délivre des certificats phytosanitaires à l'exportation. Ces certificats sont délivrés dans l'objectif de rassurer au pays qui va recevoir nos biens que nos produits sont sains. Ils ne sont pas porteurs des organismes nuisibles ou des maladies. Et avant cela, nous faisons une analyse des risques phytosanitaires qui doit certifier que les produits qui vont entrer dans votre pays, il est exempt des organismes nuisibles et des maladies. Dans le cadre des importations, lorsque vous voulez importer en RDC, le ministère de l'Agriculture délivre ce qu'on appelle les permis d'importation. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que ces permis d'importation, nous les délivrons moins de 24 heures. Vous l'avez déjà entre vos mains et vous pouvez déjà importer les produits que vous voulez faire en RDC. Cela veut dire que les pays vous donnent une facilité aussi extraordinaire pour assurer vos importations dans tous les 4 coins du pays où que vous soyez. Mais aussi, la plus grande chose, la plus importante, c'est que lorsque vous voulez importer des céréales pour des raisons d'agriculture, le gouvernement a estimé qu'il faut accorder aux importateurs des exonérations. C'est-à-dire que ces exonérations vous exonèrent des droits et taxes qui pouvaient à l'époque vous empêcher de faire des importations dans les pays. Mais actuellement, on vous accorde ces exonérations qui font à ce que vous pouvez importer le céréales dans les pays pour assurer la production dans les pays et assurer la sécurité alimentaire et ensuite voir comment nourrir toute la région, la sous-région de l'Afrique. Et mon prédécesseur qui était passé ici hier des douanes, il a dit qu'il y a tout ce qu'il y a comme levé des taxes au niveau des douanes pour essayer d'inciter les gens qui voudraient importer les céréales dans les pays, de les faire avec beaucoup plus de facilité. Et aussi, le ministère de l'Agriculture, qu'est-ce qu'il fait pour inciter les producteurs à produire des céréales? Nous accompagnons financièrement les producteurs locaux. C'est-à-dire que chaque année, le gouvernement alloue un budget qu'il accorde aux organisations de producteurs locaux pour leur donner plus de moyens pour produire, afin qu'il y ait beaucoup plus de production locale et que ça puisse favoriser les commerces transfrontaliers des céréales. Mais ce qui est plus sérieux, c'est que, selon l'étude que monsieur le modérateur vient de publier, c'est que cette désertification qui a touché les pays voisins, la Zambie qui est notre voisin avec lequel on travaille le plus, ça fait à ce qu'il y ait une augmentation forte des demandes, des importations vers d'autres pays étrangers. Pourtant, nous sommes ici pour favoriser les importations entre nous, les pays de la sous-région de la SADC et aussi de l'EAC. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous proposons pour favoriser les importations au sein de notre région? Nous pensons que si la Zambie connaît une forte augmentation de la désertification, la Namibie aussi, nous vous donnons toutes les facilités. Si chez vous, il y a ce problème des sols qui n'est plus fertile, venez avec votre industrie, venez avec votre technologie, vous installez en RDC, toutes les facilités vous seront accordées pour que vous puissiez investir dans l'agriculture et ensuite que nous puissions faire tourner les commerces régionaux. Vous travaillez, vous produisez en RDC et puis vous prenez, vous exportez vers votre pays à moindre coût. Ça vous facilite comme avantage la réduction des coûts de transport et de logistique et aussi vous dépensez moins, vous produisez plus et nous allons nourrir l'Afrique et la sous-région. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. So my next question is, climate change is here. Today, East Africa has surplus and Southern Africa is in drought. And tomorrow, next year, we don't know. The situation also will reverse. So importing countries will be exporting countries and vice versa. Now, the question is, in addition to these short-term emergency measures, what are we trying to do to address, this in a long-term fashion to build resilience in our agriculture system, so that even if these, shocks happen, we're able to, minimize the impact of this. The other question I would like to add is, we have a number of regulatory restrictions on what's imported and exported. So how can we balance this, in meeting emergency situations so that some of these restrictions are eased? I was talking yesterday, we have been trying to facilitate mutual recognition agreements between countries so that we minimize, this kind of restrictions. So I would like to start with my colleague from Tanzania to respond to that question, and then I will go to the rest of you after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, the moderator, for this opportunity of responding what you have just said. Actually, first of all, we have to say that these restrictions of closing the borders previously have been hampering the export and import potential for our country, and you can see for now we have opened up the borders, and this has resulted into increase in export of food crops and grains as whole in the region and outside the region. So these are some of the strategies which can help us as countries, as neighbors, to increase the trade flows, but also to make sure that it easy the effects of climate change, the effects of variations in production and productivity due to various factors which are facing our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temji. I would like to go to my colleague from Uganda. So in addition to those questions I asked, about long-term response to the situation and also easing the trade barriers, some of the issues we hear about Uganda are also quality of the grain. So I would like you to respond to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Paul Mambu. I am Commissioner Crop Inspection and Certification at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, but also the substantive head of the National Plant Protection Organization. Quick comments, as you have required of me, on the is it? Oh yeah, I think it's on. Quick comments on the study, then I also state our position on the quality issues. I had the opportunity to read through the report last night. It's quite a big report, but I really interested myself mainly on the background. I looked at the key findings, and I focused finally on the recommendations. And a quick look at that report, you would quickly agree with me that it was a good report, and mainly because although the study focused on South African countries, because of the issue of climate change, many of the recommendations can actually be extrapolated and generalized almost over the whole of Africa. And the country I come from, Uganda, we sit astride the equator. And because of the high altitude and the hilly and low plains, our country is divided into 10 agroecological zones. And actually, reading this report, I could see the recommendations fitting in some of the agroecological areas, which have actually been quite seriously hit also. But because of the variations, you find that as some parts are being hit, others have some ability to produce some food, and then we handle with the issue of distribution within the country. And quickly, you would see that the recommendation on enhancing the phytosanitary and quarantine inspection services speaks almost all of us countries in Africa. Because until we have strong phytosanitary and quarantine inspection services, we cannot be able to ensure food safety and food quality for trading between borders. We also stand the risk of very fast spreading pests and diseases which can devastate our trade within, between ourselves as either as regional economic blocks or indeed as the whole of Africa. Then the other issue which I found which cuts across Africa is the recommendation on water harvesting for production. I think in the face of climate change, reliance on rain-fed agriculture cannot take us far. It puts us at high risk of food and nutrition security, but also we cannot produce consistent and required volumes to be able to penetrate and maintain our markets. And I also find the issue of building the capacity for rapid testing so that you are able to use evidence to take your decisions as also very good. Now, quickly going to the Ugandan situation on the issue of quality. It is indeed true that as a country, we have had a bit of issues on the quality of our grain, especially maize. It was first flagged by Kenya, and then later on flagged by Southern Sudan. For the issue of Southern Sudan, it was well explained by one of my colleagues from, I think, Ministry of Trade. We protested the situation, and we set up a joint verification team, and we did the tests. Indeed, the results showed that the situation was over-exaggerated. But we are happy that we managed to handle that bilaterally. But what are we doing as a country? Because such a situation is not desired to even be, to arise in the first place. As a government, one, we have taken an approach which is having actions along the various nodes on the value chain. On-farm actions. On-farm actions, one, is trying to equip the farmers with knowledge on what factors predispose the grain, for example, to aflatoxin contamination. Two, we have come up with a technology called AflaSafe, which simply is a biocontrol approach of dressing the seed with fungi, which is of the same species as the fungi that produces the aflatoxins. But this fungus does not produce the toxin. So what happens is that it displaces the other bad fungi, and therefore there will not be a risk of aflatoxin contamination right at farm level. We have gone ahead to now register all the small aggregation points to make sure that all these aggregators understand the predisposing factors, like simply how do you store the maize in your store, that it should never be placed directly on the ground. It should be on racks. It should meet a certain minimum moisture content before it is stored. And then ensuring that the transportation, the sorting and grading is okay. And we are doing this collaboratively with the Ministry of Trade, together with the Ministry of Agriculture. And it is now going to be a requirement that any exports must have a Q mark. And I'm happy that this meeting did a good thing. They invited me from Ministry of Agriculture, my colleagues from Ministry of Trade, and also from Uganda National Bureau of Standards, which is responsible for putting the Q mark. So now it is a joint responsibility between the Ministry of Agriculture and UNBS under Ministry of Trade, which is going to assure our trading partners of quality. But also, we are in negotiations with our counterparts in COMESA, for instance, on mutual recognition agreements. And we believe that working together, we can have most of these issues sorted. For the business dealers in grain, you realize that in Uganda now, we have set up for the start 2 major points where we do our testing and quality assurance. One in a place 15 kilometers north of Kampala, and another one in Gulu. Gulu is mainly for the grain leaving to Sudan and the central part of Congo. Then the one in Kawempe is for grain leaving for Kenya and the southern part of the country. And this is now a kind of one-stop center where UNBS and the Ministry of Agriculture do their quality assurance, so that once the documentation is right, we don't have to waste time on the borders. By presentation of the documentation, the goods should now be able to move. I believe that some of the traders here in Uganda can confirm what we are saying for the moment. So that's what we are doing as a country on quality assurance, and we hope we can up our game, and we do not want a repeat of these allegations anymore. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive response. My last question goes to Malawi and Zambia. We're running out of time, so I would like you to respond to quickly. So what specific financial instruments and incentives are available under the mandate of your ministry to facilitate private sector imports to meet this emergency situation? So I'd like you to respond quickly, Zambia and Malawi.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator. I think I will not do justice if I do not also touch a bit on resilience. Yeah, I think that was an interesting question also that speaks to me. Yeah, one thing I can say is that, as a continent or as a region, you cannot exist in independence, but we need to coexist, meaning we need to depend on one another. The other thing is that in business, you do not expect to be on the positive every time. There's always that trend that today you're on a positive, tomorrow you find yourself on a negative. Also, we need to understand that what could have happened to the southern region of the, Africa could also happen to the other region the other time. I think you rightly put it that if I may recall, some 3 to 6 years ago, I think my friend, as well as Kenya and other, let me say East Africa, you had actually passed through this situation we found ourselves in today. And that what we need then is that today we are on the deficit side and you are on the surplus from East Africa. So then what do we need to do or see? So for you are seeing a market and we are seeing, supplies. So also we need to be speaking, there's business, but also we need to save each other's lives. We have the populations. They say a hungry population is a dangerous population. That's how I take it. Because a hungry person can always go an extra mile even to do the wrong things at the right time. Okay, so now we are really in their need as a region, and my colleagues have put it right that we need to invest a lot in R&D. We need to invest a lot in partnership and relationship. We are coming from the public sector. I think most of, if not all of us who are here on the panel, meaning we are on the side of deriving policies towards trade. But then we have our colleagues on the other side, the business side, who's the private. What do we need to do, or what are we doing from our countries to give them that environment that they are able to thrive? Because they are the ones helping us. We do not need to put, the hard kind of policies that will make it difficult for them to thrive. We need to make their working environment, favorable so that they are able to help us. They're actually helping us. Yeah, we just need to create a relationship that we are able to talk. I think back home what we've done is we've tried by all means to engage the private sector every time we're trying to derive. We don't want to catch them by surprise in terms of coming up with these policies that do not actually favor them and do not support us. So I would actually encourage the regions also then to extend to begin speaking. My colleague from Uganda has mentioned exactly what, the side that I would want also to appreciate your efforts. I do not just come alone from the Ministry of Agriculture. There's my sister department, but very important, there's also Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. We are talking about trade. And then we also have the business personnel that need to hear it from the, from the informants or the speakers. So on the part of resilience, I think we just need to continue engaging so that even on as we are trying to talk about business, we are not going to be tying each other such that we shall continue talking about these problems. These problems will continue existing. Now, what are we doing from the public sector to provide probably the financial, routes or maybe models? We may not provide the exact route in terms of saying, here is money, here is the finances, go and do business. But what we need to do is that we have the financial institutions, financial lending institutions, and we have the donors. So as a country, I think we just need to go an extra mile and then, speak to those that have the muscle, to come on board and help our private sector, so that they are able to access the support they need and then be able to help us by, bringing in the commodity that we need in the country. For now, like I said, we are on the deficit side. So the private sector all they need is the financial capacity so that they are able to, execute their contracts, execute their business, arrangements that they have with the colleagues on the surplus side. Tanzania is one of them. So the other point that you see for now is that we may have the surplus on the other side, for example, South Africa. But South Africa, I think, is not favorable for us as Zambia because of the GMO aspect. But we have an agency which is responsible, for those tests and the like, which is called the National Biosafety Authority in the country. For now, we cannot do without that because it's beyond us. That's what the country has put. So, but for East Africa, I think it favors us as long as we are able to speak, at that level, so that we do not, bridge, trade along the way. I think there's a lot that we can actually talk about, but what we just need to do is just to be engaging with each other in the country, so that whenever there is a challenge as the trade is taking course, we are able to resolve it within the shortest period of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Kazira. If you focus on the incentives that's provided to private sector in order to facilitate the import from the region, quickly.
Okay, thank you. I think on the incentives, as the Minister of Agriculture, we are giving enough incentives to private sector. I will start with the financing. The government has deliberately put money in the financial institutions. We have a number of them that are giving loans to the private sector to do what they can do best, so that we, together with the public sector, invest in production in Malawi. I think I have to tell you people that in Malawi we have a guiding policy framework that we are calling Malawi Vision 2063. And this framework has 3 pillars. The pillars are agriculture, productivity and commercialization, industrialization, and urbanization. So Ministry of Agriculture is implementing the agriculture, productivity and commercialization. And just by the name, you can see that in Malawi we are geared towards not only producing and for food security and selling the surplus, but producing for the actual market. That's commercialization. So we can't do as the public sector to commercialize agriculture. So we are giving every incentive. We are giving loans to the private sector to buy machinery, to buy inputs. If you want inputs, you just negotiate with the input supplier and you get the loan. Government will guarantee that one. We will support, will facilitate you to get the inputs. If you want machinery, if you want anything that you want that can help you do your work best, that is what Minister of Agriculture, Malawi government is doing. And also on the pillar of agriculture, productivity and commercialization, we have 7 focus areas. And we are talking of diversification, we are talking of irrigation development, we are developing big schemes. And one of the biggest schemes that we are developing will command more than 30,000 hectares. And we are calling it Shire Valley Transformation Project. So 30,000 hectares is not a small piece of land. We are thinking big, and we are sure because we have seen things are progressing. This year maybe we can start with 2,000 hectares growing crops, but we are still continuing development of that scheme. And we are also into mechanization, full into mechanization. We have facilitated formation of a private sector farm machinery association, where about 268 private sector members have brought all the farm machinery together, and they are implementing hiring scheme as an association. So we are also looking at the structured markets, where the project of agriculture commercialization is giving grants to farmers, I have already said, so that they can build even warehouses. So we have seen private sectors coming in to get this grant. So long as you have a viable business plan, you get the grant. So you build the warehouses, whichever stage of the value chains of the grains you want, we are financing that one. We are facilitating the financing because it's from the government. So we are trying very hard to build the resilience of the farmers. We want to promote growth and stabilization of the production in Malawi so that we can export to our neighboring countries and even to outside. We know we have a very big market, a huge market for the grains. Only that we were maybe disturbed with these cyclones and the El Nino, but we don't want it to be brought down because of these things. We are doing all it takes to at least get through these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So would have loved to continue this interesting discussion, but we don't have time. So I would like you to give a warm applause to this esteemed panel. Thank you very much. So we'll have another session with trade people from those countries, and then following that, maybe we can open up the floor to the audience to ask some questions. Thank you. Take a picture?
Yes, picture. Please join them for the photo.
Okay. All right.
Okay, yes, that's mine. Thank you very much, Ministries of Agriculture from Malawi, from Zambia, DRC, Uganda, Tanzania. Let's give them a clap. Thank you very much. And indeed, it's a pleasure, and we are happy to hear the commitments to support private sector to undertake trade. And indeed, that's the next focus of our discussion, our program just shortly after one more panel session, and we are done with the panels for this event. So we'll do a quick group photo for that panel. Let's give them another round of clap as they conclude. Thank you very much, and to our moderator, Nega, for facilitating that session. So we will, as I mentioned earlier on, we shall continue the discussions. You've noticed that the time was not on our side, and we needed to conclude. But we will continue with that session when on the sidelines of the business-to-business meetings, when the private sector will be engaging in intents to trade, the government officials, the policymakers will be engaging in government-to-government policy discussions to further the conversations beyond the panel. So we'll now proceed to the last panel, ladies and gentlemen, the last panel of the policy, public-private policy dialogue. And to crown it all is the Ministries of Trade, because that is where the rubber meets the road. Once the Ministries of Agriculture have addressed the production aspects, then the Ministries of Trade come in and ensure that grain is moving from surplus to deficit regions, and that indeed the deficit regions are facilitated to get commodity to meet their food security needs. So I'd like to invite Matthews from Trademark to come on stage so that you can invite the panelists so that then we can proceed to the last panel of the day. It's now 10:50, and we'd like to ensure that by 10:20, the panel session is done, because as you notice, we have not given the floor an opportunity to do a plenary, so that immediately Matthews is done with the panel session with the Ministries of Trade, he will then take questions and comments from the floor so that then we can conclude and proceed for a health break, and then we'll guide on the next steps from there. Welcome, Matthews Wanjala from Trademark Africa. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, thanks, Jacinda, for the good work in the morning. From the time you did the recap for yesterday up to today, presentations by our friend from AGRA, as well as the first panel discussion. So this is our second panel discussion, which also happens to be the last panel discussion for today. Just basically to build on what has been done by the first team, looking at the report that was presented this morning, and particularly from the public sector trade facilitation perspective. So we are looking at the Ministry of Trade and their role in terms of facilitating trade, particularly cross-border trade between and within the intra-Africa region. Because we're here talking about grain trade, look at the private sector, the public sector, the different ministries, departments of governments, and development partners in terms of their role to support this process. And we have just heard from the Ministry of Agriculture and related institutions and agencies focusing on production and productivity issues. We want now to hear from the Ministry of Trade, and the first person, the first panelist is Madam Latifa Hamis from the Ministry, from the Tanzania Trade Development Authority, TANTRAD. Madam, please welcome on board. As she comes, please give a round of applause. The second panelist to follow is Ndorere Cleopas. Ndorere Cleopas is from the commissioner with the external trade from the Ministry of Trade and Industries, Government of Uganda. Makofi kwake. Let's applaud him. The third panelist is Mwamina Bantu Tanaka Ngwale from Mwamina Bantu Tanaka Ngwale from Investment and Trade Promotion Director, Zambia Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Let's applaud him. The next panelist is Rose Kadewere, who is Assistant Director for Trade from Malawi Minister of Trade and Industry. Let's applaud Rose. Then the last but not the least panelist is Armel Mumbere Luguma, who is a focal person, Ministry of External Trade, Kinshasa, DRC. Let's applaud him. Thank you, panelists, for making yourself available for this discussion. And we have about just maximum 3 minutes per panelist in terms of response to questions. And I have 3 very direct questions that we are going to go through, all of us. And we just need your feedback in terms of your understanding from the report and what you think then the Ministry of Trade can be able to do to facilitate this trade conversation, particularly, as I've said, intra-regional and intra-Africa, intra-country trade. So the first question, and this question goes to all of us, each of you will have about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes to respond. What is your feedback to the study? What is your views about the study? How do you summarize your feedback on what we had this morning? We can start with Madame Latifa Hamis. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My feedback about the report is negative because we are moving on the environmental changings and the environmental is keep on changing. So the feedback is very positive. So what upon us is facilitating institution ministry, we have to facilitate and to be ready on providing different solution and movement. Like our ministry is providing some system in regulatory compliance. So we have to facilitate in providing positive policies on this sector. That's what I can say for this one.
Okay, thanks, Madam Latifa. Next, what's your feedback on the report?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity to dialogue on this very critical issue. Mr. Moderator, my feedback, or what I would think broadly as the Ministries of Trade, is we need to support our traders to have, because if you look at the entire report, is based on the drought and the failure to have good flowing because there was a catastrophe in one of the countries or in the countries. So we need to have a discussion, bigger discussion on how do we add value, one, to our products, so that even when these kind of things happen, we don't have shortages within our countries. Two, how do we do pre-harvest planning and post-harvest planning? Those are the storage facilities so that we have reserves, so to say. And then how do we ensure the fast movement of our crops or our grain across borders? And that is what, as Ministries of Trade, we have been doing in putting trade facilitation infrastructure through the physical infrastructure and the regulatory and environmental or institutional enabling environment, so that goods can cross, not only grain, but all goods can cross from areas where they are needed, from areas where they're in surplus. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next, Mr. Mwamina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Let me join the previous speakers to commend the authors of the report. I think it was well done, quite robust recommendations, and they are replicable. It's good they are replicable to the other countries that were not part of the study. With that said, I'll quickly focus my submissions on the part of trade logistics and trade facilitation, I think, to complement or augment what the recommendations say. I think the discussions that we've been having for the past 2 days, including today, have touched on most of the issues that I'll share, but just to buttress that, I think there is consensus from the discussions we're having that we need as a region to invest in trade facilitation, trade logistics, and most of those things have been mentioned. Warehousing, you are talking about silos and so on and forth, but also the processes that are taking place at the border in terms of clearance, customs clearance. Just to mention some of the things that the region is doing, I think we all know that we've embarked on developing one-stop border posts that will go a long way to assist in making sure that grain can move across the region with ease, but also digitizing most of these processes, the permits and the other customs processes. Mr. Moderator, I will not dwell so much on that, like I've mentioned. So much has been provided by the earlier speakers, but just also to touch on another part that the Ministries of Trade, another mandate that the Ministries of Trade handle, I think the issue of market access, the non-tariff barriers. From the discussions that have been taking place here, is that we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, because one region or one or two countries are facing the effects of the drought, and that will now enable movement of grain. I think that shouldn't be the spirit. I think the solutions to our challenge of non-tariff barriers should be to diversify our markets. Again, earlier speakers had talked about the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's quite cardinal, I think, for the region, because it will enable us to have alternative markets in an instance where the whole region is having an excess. We usually face these non-tariff barriers because it's natural. I mean, if country A, B, C, and D are both having excess, it will be difficult to move grain around. So we're supposed to be outward looking to the continent, but also beyond the continent. But I think the previous speaker, a colleague from Uganda, had also touched on a very important aspect where we need to invest in value addition. I think that will help to reduce on non-tariff barriers, because we are a region which is which has a similar production. There is this. We have similar conditions and similar skills. So under normal circumstances, we produce similar goods. But how do you go around that problem so that we don't produce same thing? So we need to diversify. We need to have we need to participate in longer value chains, and that will go a long way to reduce some of these non-tariff barriers. With that said, I pass the mic to my colleague.
Ross?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I would like to thank for the study that was done, and indeed it has provided recommendations which the countries, including Malawi, should consider. With that, I would like to agree that the findings of the study, especially the effect of drought, has indeed affected Malawi in terms of trade. As you know, Malawi is an agriculture-based economy, and because of this drought, we have reduced our exports, because we have exports within the region and outside Africa as well. But nonetheless, I should join my colleague from the Ministry of Agriculture, who elaborated on a number of initiatives which Malawi is implementing in order to ensure that there is increased production of grains. As you know, Malawi has over the decades relied on export of tobacco, but now the focus is to diversify its export base, and grain trade is one of the commodities that as a country we are focusing on. In terms of the role of the Ministry of Trade in facilitating trade, I can say that we have a number of initiatives that we are implementing, which I may not able to mention all of them, but I think my colleagues like from Zambia has mentioned a number of initiatives which are taking place. And for Malawi, we are implementing the national export strategy so that we should improve production of agricultural products, as well as increasing market access for our agricultural products. So in terms of the effect of the drought or on trade, I should say that to the Ministry of Trade, it is an indication that, because we have seen the movement of grains from surplus countries to deficit countries, so it is an indication that intra-Africa trade is indeed possible, because we need to focus on the markets that are already available at the continental level, than focusing on accessing products from outside Africa. So my word of encouragement is to encourage member states that are in the SADC region, COMESA region, to focus on strengthening market integration. There are a number of trade facilitation initiatives that are there to support market integration, like my colleague mentioned about the one-stop border post, the connected border management. These are the instruments or initiatives that we should indeed focus in order to encourage intra-Africa trade. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. Finally, Armel.
Merci. Tout d'abord, nous allons, avant de donner la position du ministère du Commerce extérieur de la RDC, nous tenons d'abord à compatir avec tous les pays qui sont victimes de la menace ou de plusieurs menaces climatiques, telles que le phénomène El Niño. Alors, même si c'est vrai que cette menace climatique n'est pas une réalité dans l'écosystème du commerce extérieur de la RDC, l'une des choses les plus importantes qu'il faut retenir est que la menace climatique n'aborde pas la notion de frontière. Donc, donc, il est important que les pays faisant partie des communautés régionales échangent les pratiques en termes de gestion des menaces climatiques telles que ce phénomène. Ce n'est qu'à travers le partage d'informations, la mutualisation des infrastructures existantes, des efforts, des connaissances sur la lutte contre ces menaces qu'ensemble nous parviendrons à stabiliser et à gérer tous les risques climatiques qui pourraient porter atteinte à l'exploitation des chaînes de valeur des produits et particulièrement des produits céréaliers. Voilà la position du ministère du Commerce extérieur de la RDC.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I think we have come to the end of the first set of questions. And just for our rapporteurs in terms of feedback, I think I can just summarize from what I've heard from colleagues here. I think for me, the most important thing that is coming out very strongly is the impact of climate change on food systems. And that collaborates very well with the last speaker as well as the rest of the team, panelists. Looks like climate change is really having an impact. We may not have answers today is there have been a lot of interventions around climate mitigation, coming up with the new technologies to be able to manage that. But increasingly, it is still having significant impact on food production. And I think this is something that maybe we need to think about, EAGC, AGRA, Gerald, and the rest of the team, that why is it that 10, 15 years after discovering this phenomenon, it is still disrupting food systems in Africa. The other point that has come out very clearly is the need for investment in value addition, preservation, as well as diversification of markets, the robust regulatory framework, post-harvest management technologies, maybe to package, grade, sort, to improve the shelf life, the trade and market infrastructure to like warehouses, park houses, and the rest of the infrastructure that can then support either storage, processing, packaging, and or distribution of those products. There's an opportunity for intra-Africa trade. I think within the REX, East Africa Community, the SADC, the COMESA, the IGAD, the ECOWAS, and the rest, as well as within the Africa Free Trade Agreement, SEFTA. And then there's, of course, the need to invest in the clean logistics, digital systems, custom clearance, some of the, and of course, movement of goods from one section of the country, the continent, or the region to the next. So those are some of the feedback that has come from the colleagues. I was just trying to summarize some of the ideas, but I'm sure you have captured many more beyond that. So the second question, again, starting with Latifa, is about now the role of the Ministry of Trade in terms of facilitating grain import and export. So we all understand we're here because of the need to develop strategies, tactics, approaches that can help us to seamlessly move food from one section of the region, the country, to the next. And therefore we understand there are various agencies, public sector agencies, that are involved in that process. So from the perspective of the respective ministries of external trade, industry, what are the role of the ministry in your respective country to facilitate either exportation or importation of those grains into or out of the region? Thank you. There seems to be a problem with the microphone.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for this question. TanTrade is a premier trade development authority under Ministry of Trade, and our main goal is to promote trade, both local and international trade. So our objective is to support the growth of trade, providing different mechanism service. As a ministry facilitating on regulatory compliance assistance through different networks. So we help exporters to comply with the local and international trade standard by offering information on trade procedures and documentation through our common trade portal known as Tanzanian Trade Portal. This portal facilitates grain export and import processes. So if you go through this portal, you can see different procedures on how to do trade in Tanzania. If you want to import or export, you can see several procedures on this. So we provide this facilitation. Also, we provide step-by-step guides through the system. Also, we provide facilitation on document management and real-time updates, which provide real-time updates, changings on trade policies and different. Also, our ministry is working on improvement on blueprint document. This document, it facilitates several non-tariff barriers because last time we improved around more than 41 non-tariff barriers policy, and we improved the policy. So we are working on day-to-day on improving and facilitating of trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Latifa. Next is Ndorere.
Thank you, moderator. As I said yesterday, our role as government is to make trade possible. I will repeat that. And the people that do the trade are the people in front of us here. So first, to be specific on trade in grain, as a ministry, way back as 2015, we put together what they call the National Grain Trade Policy. That trade policy, its vision was to increase global competitiveness in grain subsector for food security, income generation, and industrialization. When you look at those three, you realize that we not only looked at it as a product which was going to be traded in the raw form, in the seed, in the grain and the seed, but also as an input for industrialization. Because when you have that pull factor, if there's a pull factor, for instance, we have in the eastern Uganda a company which makes beer from the sorghum. And that has increased a lot of growth, the production side of sorghum, and also, of course, the market for the sorghum. So we realize that grain is also a very, very important input for industrialization. So that was the reason of the vision. And of course, having put the policy in place, the policy in itself is a document of intention. It cannot implement itself. We move further on the ground to support even the small holders and the growers. Because if you want to change the country or to bring income into the country, you cannot only afford to look at the large scale or the commercial farmers. Because those who are contributing to the standards, which you've been talking about, the quality and all that, are small traders out there. So we must support them also to have an understanding on the standards, the SPS, TBT, packaging, and all that. Under this, we developed the National Packaging Strategy, specifically to support people not only in grain, but also other agro-processing products to improve their packaging and their branding, which of course also extends the shelf life. We have, as the ministry, we are also the notification authority and for SPS and TBT. The inquiry point is for SPS is the Minister of Agriculture. Commissioner Paul Mwambo is here with us today. And the TBT is in NBS. We have got Andrew Thieno from Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So what happens is that every notification that comes, for instance, from WTO, from any other country, on the specific kind of, let me use, say, pesticides which have been blacklisted, to say you cannot use this pesticide in your crop and all that, you must be able to reach that information to the people who are doing the actual production. Otherwise, someone is going to be growing his maize. He is not aware that a certain chemical has been blacklisted in some country, and he's using that chemical, and by the time he reaches at the export time, they are going to put a ban. So we make sure through there is a process called the e-ping, which was put together. We have trained our people in agriculture in the Ministry of Trade so that that notification trickles down as quickly as possible to the producers. We work on to the NTBs. We have got an online NTB reporting mechanism which works on real time. Anyone who meets a problem along the way, you just click on, it uses not only smartphone, it has also USSD. You click on and you say what type of NTB you have met. Is it in the police? Is it on way bridges? Is it on SPS? Whatever it is. We also have the electronic single window. We try to avoid as much human interaction as much as possible. So if you want to export or import grain, whatever it is, you just log onto that window. You will receive your import permit or export permit, your SPS permit from agriculture, and any other permit that you require from different. So far we have got 24 institutions on that electronic single window, and our target is to bring as many as 45 who are in the trade facilitation. There are quite a number of other things we are doing on storage. We have got in the room our ED from Uganda Warehouse Receipt System. That is to do the trade financing. And besides the trade financing, which is done by the Uganda Warehouse Receipt System, we also have at the grassroots, as I said, what we call the parish development model. This one is aimed to reach at the lowest person, and cereals and grains are part of the products or the commodities that have been identified in that. Mr. Moderator, we have quite a number of roles we play at the ministry, but let me close by talking about the one we do also, which is quite a powerful one. We negotiate markets. We negotiate markets to ensure that the rules of the game are in line with what our traders need. Every time we want to go to negotiate any market, at the ESC, at the COMESA, at the tripartite FTA, at WTO, name it, even bilaterally, we have got what we call an interinstitutional trade committee. We bring into the room all those MDAs. It has academia, private sector, the civil society, and of course public, agriculture, Minister of East African Community Affairs. My brother was here earlier before, Mr. Ojera. He will testify to that. We have got ICT, we have got police, and all other MDAs whom we know have an impact or a relation to trade. And we agree on the positions we are carrying to the negotiation table. The Ministry of Trade does not sit and parachute any decisions or trading positions onto the country. We agree on them as the private sector, public sector, so that it is a win-win situation, because we recognize that at the end of the day, it is the private sector that are doing the business. And to end by saying that Uganda is 100% a liberalized country, I think that is one of the reasons why you find that a lot of things are happening in Uganda that don't happen in other countries. Uganda is like, Mr. Moderator, like if you have been to boarding school, the children who eats all his grub on the first day and shares with all the other students and finishes the rest of the term without any grub. And when he approaches the rest, they say, but we liberalized completely. That's why sometimes you hear standard is what, because we have some countries which go up to the gardens even to pick the grain, they process it themselves. So that is what Uganda is, and we're open for business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can see Ugandans clapping. I think we need to talk about that because it's true Uganda has opened the doors, but there are countries who are not benefiting because of logistics and other problems beyond the market. So we can talk about that. Thanks, Dorere. I think you can go to Mwamina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think my submission has been preempted by what the Ugandan delegate has submitted. We are all coming from the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and we share most of the things that he has submitted. But nonetheless, just to share with the meeting, with the workshop, our mandate insofar as facilitating grain trade is concerned, and also ensuring that there is food security. So our minister sits in cabinet wearing a number of hats, and those include ensuring that private sector participation is facilitated. We are a private sector-led economy, so his mandate is to be friends with the private sector, ensure that their needs are catered for. But also, on the other hand, he's there to ensure that there is consumer protection, there is food security, and that comes with food security. So he wears those two hats, and in facilitating, in ensuring that private sector is vibrant in our economy and takes a center stage, he will address matters to do with non-tariff barriers within the region. I think, like Uganda said, Zambia is equally a very open economy in most, in all the sectors, in all the tradable sectors. Within the region, it's not the same landscape. We have our own challenges, which sometimes are caused by us ourselves, and sometimes they are caused by our trading partners. So the role of our ministry, as led by the Minister of Trade and Industry, is to ensure that those challenges are addressed, whether domestically or on the other side. We have a number of ways in which we interact with our private sector. I think we have an open door policy. They can walk into any public office and engage our superiors at the highest level. Then we are able to address the challenges they're facing, but also to mention that those that may not be able to reach our offices, there are some platforms like the one that the Ugandan delegation has mentioned. We have the online NTB platform, which covers the COMESA, SADC, and ESC regions. And then I think on the consumer side, we are aware that consumers are supposed to be provided with safe products, and as such, we do liaise with our colleagues, the implementing ministries and agencies, including agriculture, those responsible for health, to ensure that their mandate is undertaken in a way that it does not impede trade, because if that happens, then you are diminishing the benefits that the consumers can get in terms of competitive pricing, and also in terms of food security. So we play those competing roles as a ministry, and beyond, we also try to promote industrialization, because we realize that as a country, as a region, we need to industrialize through value addition, through manufacturing, because that's the only way we are going to avoid some of these things like NTBs. We are going to increase our beneficiation, and ultimately we will be able to address the common problem that the region and the continent faces, which is low development, underdevelopment. So we have those roles to play insofar as the objective of this meeting is concerned. I submit, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Ross?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think I should also echo what the previous speakers have already highlighted. Some of the initiatives that are implemented in Tanzania, Zambia, Uganda are also implemented in Malawi. Yeah, so I will just add on one or two issues that the Ministry of Trade in Malawi is doing. in terms of facilitating grain trade. In the first place, we do realize that for trade to take place, it means there is a producer of that product. So what the ministry is doing is to improve the business environment, especially the regulatory environment, in order to attract investors in the commercial, especially commercial farming, in order to increase production of grains. As the ministry, we have the mandate of regulating importation and exportation of agricultural products, including grains. And there are a number of reasons that there are a number of reasons why we regulate these grains. My colleague has mentioned that one of the issues to do with food security. This is one of the areas that as the ministry we have to respect, because as a nation we have interests to be a nation that can feed itself. Again, we have our local industries that are also using the same raw materials, because most of the grain commodities used for raw materials in some industries. For example, soya, groundnuts, they are used in producing finished products like cooking oil or soya cake and the like. So the interest is also to encourage industrialization at the national level. I've mentioned this in order to open the eyes of all the stakeholders, especially our colleagues from the business community, to say that much as the Ministry of Trade would like Malawi to export as much as we can, the trade deficit that is there is unsustainable, and it is our interest to do export. But some of these factors come in that as a country we need to take care of. As the ministry, we are also playing a role to, as I've mentioned, we are playing a role to encourage investment. One of the initiatives that we are undertaking now is to review the Control of Goods Act in order to encourage investment in farming, because currently the regulation that we have does not provide a guarantee that those investors that are producing solely to export, they are not sure whether they will get an export license at the end of the day. But with the review that we are doing, we want to introduce a regime which we are calling it an open export license. So it will give a guarantee to investors that at the end of the day they will get an export license, because they will get registered with the Ministry of Trade and as well as the Ministry of Agriculture. Again, the role of the ministry is also to facilitate market access, because it doesn't make sense that we should encourage production yet the farmers do not have ready markets. So there are deliberate initiatives to encourage farmers or traders to access international markets. For example, we have undertaken initiatives to sign a memorandum of understandings with various trading partners. I remember, like, was it last financial year, there was an initiative between the government of Malawi and the government of Tanzania for Malawi to export soya to Tanzania. Although the initiative did not work out, but I think it was a good initiative to encourage regional trade. There are a number of initiatives, again, to formalize trade. We are talking of initiatives such as a simplified trade regime, because we want those that are engaged in informal trade, they should formalize their trade. So the STR, the simplified trade regime, is there to attract small-scale cross-border traders to do their trade legitimately. So there are a number of initiatives, but I don't think I can mention all of them. I would like to hand over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Ross. Armel, last.
Ok. Monsieur Mathieu, avec votre autorisation, nous avons choisi de présenter, de répondre à cette question et peut-être anticiper sur les autres questions en préparant quelques slides rapidement, parce que c'est important pour nous de présenter ce qu'est ces géants, la RDC, au sein de la East African Community, parce qu'il n'est pas toujours évident pour un Africain de la ES, de la East African Community, de comprendre ce que c'est la RDC. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en face de lui, tout ce qu'il a, ce sont les postes frontaliers, au niveau de Kasumbalesa, au niveau de Kasindi, au niveau de Goma, et plus rien après. Alors que la RDC, c'est 2 345 000 km² et 100 millions, plus de 100 millions d'habitants. Alors, je disais, la RDC, c'est un marché de plus de 100 millions d'habitants. Nous avons, depuis les années 90, notre secteur du commerce extérieur a été très très dépendant uniquement des produits miniers, qui ont constitué près de 80% de nos exportations. Et de 1994 à 2022, la RDC, le gouvernement de la RDC a fourni des efforts pour intégrer les dynamiques régionales. À ce jour, nous faisons partie de 6 communautés régionales. Alors, 4 phénomènes expliquent un peu pourquoi est-ce que depuis l'accession du pays à l'indépendance, notre économie est notre secteur du commerce extérieur est fortement concentré sur l'exportation des produits, et particulièrement des produits miniers. Nous avons l'asianisation, vous connaissez tous l'histoire du pays. Aux années 74, le management a décidé de privatiser, de ravir le management des grandes sociétés agricoles et les confier à des compatriotes qui forcément n'avaient pas les compétences de gestion d'entreprise. Ensuite, il s'en est suivi plusieurs années, une vingtaine de dictatures. Et pour ne pas arranger les choses, nous avons connu 2 pièges en 1991 et 1993 qui a emmené, avec la fin du régime Mobutu, à une guerre d'agression qui dure depuis 30 ans, qui a démarré officiellement le 2 août 1998. Alors, la RDC, c'est 3 pôles de croissance. Nous avons le premier pôle, c'est le pôle de l'Ouest, qui lui a le regard vers l'océan Atlantique. Le deuxième pôle, c'est au niveau de la partie sud-est du pays, la zone Katanga, la zone minière. Et enfin, le troisième pôle, qui est celui que vous connaissez, celui qui fait face à la East African Community, c'est la zone est du pays, qui malheureusement, non seulement fait partie des 3 greniers de la République, mais est la zone à conflit depuis 30 ans, tel que nous avons dit en début de notre présentation. Les principaux défis du système alimentaire en RDC, nous avons parlé de l'insécurité alimentaire. Nous avons un phénomène qualifié des phénomènes du mal hollandais. C'est lui qui explique le fait que notre exportation, notre secteur du commerce extérieur est très centré sur l'exportation des produits miniers, ce qui tue à la fois les initiatives portant production des produits agricoles. Alors, si on peut faire un zoom sur le commerce de la farine de maïs, nous constatons que de 2020 à 2022, il y a quand même eu de l'exportation de maïs, mais c'est à très 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 faible quantité. Et finalement, la balance commerciale est toujours restée négative. Alors, sur le secteur de l'importation, notre structure de l'importation, on retient que la RDC est un pays extraverti. En termes de contrôle de ce qui a été mis en place par le ministère du Commerce extérieur, nous avons 2 niveaux de contrôle. Un qui est fait par un accord que le gouvernement congolais a signé avec Bureau Veritas, qui stipule un contrôle en avant de chaque marchandise qui se dirige vers la RDC. Et à l'arrivée de la marchandise, l'Office congolais de contrôle, qui est vivement représenté ici, assure le contrôle à l'entrée de la marchandise. Et enfin, la société d'exploitation du guichet unique du commerce extérieur, SEGUS en sigle, assure la facilitation du processus et toutes les activités qui sont dématérialisées dans le cadre du commerce extérieur. Du point de vue exportation, nous avons l'Office de contrôle qui est le principal acteur du secteur, avec 3 contrôles, tel que nous avons dit sur la slide précédente: le contrôle à l'entrée, les contrôles sur la certification de la production locale, et enfin l'inspection de tous les produits qui sortent, parce qu'il y en a aussi qui sortent du territoire national. Et tout ça est sanctionné par un certificat de vérification délivré par l'OCC. Enfin, le commerce transfrontalier, si on peut faire un zoom dessus, uniquement sur les marchandises dont la valeur est inférieure à $2 500, ce secteur ou cette activité est régie notamment par un accord que le gouvernement de la RDC, dans le cadre du COMESA, a signé pour faciliter et promouvoir le commerce transfrontalier. On va pas parler. Alors, et le rôle du ministère du Commerce extérieur. Cette slide répond à pratiquement toutes les questions qui arrivent après. Donc, en tant que ministère du Commerce extérieur, nous avons la responsabilité de promouvoir le commerce, de promouvoir la compétitivité extérieure des produits, à travers notamment ce que nous appelons la FIKIN, la Foire internationale de Kinshasa, qui a pour vocation de promouvoir les produits locaux. Le commerce extérieur a pour responsabilité aussi d'assurer les accords commerciaux, de les suivre et de les contrôler. Et à travers l'OCC, l'Office congolais de contrôle, nous faisons le contrôle qualité, la quantité et la conformité aux normes de marchandises appliquées à RDC. Enfin, nous définissons et fixons la politique générale d'importation, exportation et de réexportation. Alors, du point de vue initiative que le gouvernement de la République a mis en place, les récentes initiatives, nous avons la protection des industries locales en combattant vigoureusement le dumping, ce qui tue la production locale. Ensuite, depuis février 2023, le gouvernement, et c'est ce qui répond à la question qui nous est posée, le gouvernement a mis en place une stratégie de promotion des exportations et de diversification des marchandises, en sigle SPED. Cette stratégie, en quelques lignes, fait un focus sur 62 filières de production d'exportation. Nous avons le café, le cacao et aussi certains céréales. Et l'objectif visé par le gouvernement de la République est d'atteindre 59 milliards de dollars d'ici 5 ans en termes d'exportation. Et en juillet, donc ce mois-ci, le gouvernement de la République s'est approché des marchés chinois et des marchés américains auxquels nous étions connectés depuis 2010, mais suite à des tensions politiques, l'accord n'avait plus eu lieu, l'AGOA, l'African Growth and Opportunity Act. Cet accord est en train d'être réhabilité afin de nous permettre d'avoir accès à l'exportation au marché américain, qui est l'un des plus grands marchés mondiaux. Ensuite, nous avons la régulation des importations par le contrôle de qualité, ce qui entre en RDC, et l'ouverture du marché congolais au monde à travers les accords commerciaux. Alors, 5 acteurs composent l'écosystème du commerce extérieur de la RDC. Nous avons parlé de l'OCC, qui assure le contrôle, la certification et le contrôle qualité vis-à-vis des normes appliquées au niveau national. Nous avons l'ANAPEX plutôt, qui fait la promotion des exportations de tous les produits congolais. nous avons la foire internationale de Kinshasa qui est en cours de relance. Et je me rappelle, dans mon jeune âge, il y a plus de 30 ans, nous y allions, nous décrivions ce qu'il y avait de plus beau dans la production locale. Aujourd'hui, c'est vrai qu'elle n'est que l'ombre d'elle-même, la foire, mais le gouvernement est en train de travailler pour remettre et redonner à la FIKIN ses plus belles lettres de noblesse. Enfin, quelle est la vision du ministère du Commerce extérieur de la RDC? Moderniser l'OCC à travers la mise en place des processus de certification, assurant les respects à travers les tests de contrôle technique via ces laboratoires que le gouvernement prévoit de moderniser. L'amélioration des infrastructures de base, nous en avons parlé ici, et surtout que du point de vue régional, les pays sont appelés à mutualiser ces infrastructures douanières, énergétiques et routières. Améliorer, aligner la stratégie de promotion de l'exportation et de diversification des marchés, le SPED, que le gouvernement a mis en place, a élaboré en 2023, l'aligner avec les différentes stratégies des ministères, on va dire, qui sont impliqués dans la réussite d'un commerce extérieur. Nous avons le développement rural, nous avons l'infrastructure, l'industrie, qui elle est le patron des normes RDC. La promotion des banques d'investissement. Il faut dire qu'aujourd'hui en RDC, le secteur bancaire n'est pas très mature. Vous trouvez très difficilement des banques qui peuvent accorder des prêts aux acteurs des chaînes de valeur des produits céréaliers, des prêts à plus de 3 ans. C'est très rare. Voilà pourquoi le gouvernement est en train de réfléchir sur la promotion des banques d'investissement et aussi se positionner en garant sur tous les prêts potentiels qui pourraient être accordés à ces acteurs des chaînes de valeur. Nous avons l'amélioration du climat des affaires et la lutte contre la corruption. Et enfin, le concept que le président de la République a initié depuis quelques années, la revanche du sol sur le sous-sol. Cela nous permettra d'inverser la tendance afin de quitter ce secteur du commerce extérieur essentiellement tourné vers l'exportation pour favoriser, plutôt vers l'importation pour favoriser la production locale afin de desservir les marchés régionaux, les marchés américains à travers l'AGOA et les marchés chinois à travers les accords qui sont en train d'être mis en place. Nous vous remercions.
Thank you, Armel. I think you have very good points. I allowed you to continue speaking because we understand the unique challenges of DRC. I'm happy that you have brought some of those challenges. I think for the rest of us who have not been to DRC, please get an opportunity to speak to Armel directly today, because DRC is like several countries put together with a population of about 1 million plus. And the country is as unique as other regions. So, I mean, the same country has different regions with the different requirements. So, Armel, I think you can actually speak to these guys later on to share some of the ideas that you have about opportunities in your country and what the ministry is doing. So in the interest of time, colleagues, I don't want to go into, because we had the last set of questions, but I think I will not go into that. I just want the panelists to think about this question, because today we have a B2B session starting shortly after this and all the way up to the evening. So the question on that was and remains is, what is your ministry going to do to facilitate the trade that's going to arise from this discussion? So for example, you know, there might be a trader from Uganda, maybe Pella Commodities, they want to sell the soybeans or the chickpea or some maize to some buyer in Malawi or Rwanda or Burundi or Zambia, and they need support from different government agencies and ministry departments. So the question is, what are you guys going to do as a responsible ministry or agencies like in the case of Tanzania to support that trade so that the trade deals that are going to be discussed here are actually actualized. So that there's contract signing, but there's also actual delivery of commodities across the region. So that's something that I want you guys to think about. We are not going to have a lot of time for plenary because of that, but let me just summarize some of the ideas coming from colleagues, the panelists, as they think about my question. So I think I'll just pick up from what came out from DRC, from Armel. So the issue of laboratory testing, process certification, export promotion and diversification strategy, which has about 52 or is it 62 commodities, including coffee, cocoa, and many of them minerals. Those are very important document. It's actually written in French, but there's an English version, which basically lays bare the opportunities in the country, issues around international trade fair, some of the strategies to increase trade. But of course, he also mentioned about the challenges, the war, the political tension, the vastness of the country, the infrastructure, the logistics, and many other challenges. So while some sections of DRC, like Eastern DRC, might be slightly food secure, they can be able to produce some semblance of their own food. When you go to southern part, like for example, Lubumbashi, they import almost 90% of their products from neighboring countries, like Angola, from Zambia. And then when you go to Matadi region, Ango, they import directly from Angola. So as vast as it is, there are challenges, which I think Armel has mentioned. The other colleagues mentioned about, just to summarize, international market, MOUs, investment promotion, industrialization as an avenue for absorption of those raw materials from the farms, regulate imports and exports as a tool for food security. Because I think as we engage in this conversation, no country wants to export all the food, and no country wants to import all the raw materials if they can be able to produce. So even as the Ministry of Trade encourages production and trade, they're also keen to ensure that they regulate that either export or import. Consumer safety, private sector support to engage in trade, market negotiations, NTB reporting real time, electronic single window opportunity, notification of the SPS TBT partnership with the standards, national packaging strategy for Uganda. I think Uganda also has national grain policy, which was done by partners under the Ministry of Trade, and I think they need to then have an implementation plan so that they can be able to open up even more opportunities in that sector. So the issue of market, information simplification of the processes for trade, the supporting infrastructure, the legal regulatory framework, the compliance, the compulsory trade procedures and documentation, and all the rest of the documents and processes are actually part of what has been presented today as part of the support from the ministries of trade, external trade, industry, cooperative, as part of that trade facilitation. So I want to close that conversation because I think we need to go for breakfast. We need to go for tea. But before we do that, if you really have a burning question, if you feel like this one you must ask, I want to give an opportunity to you guys, if we're really burning, because then after your question, I'll give each of them just strictly 1 minute, and I'll stand there to make sure that it's 1 minute for for them to give the closing remarks, and the closing remarks is around facilitation of the trade deals that are going to be discussed and negotiated here, as my last question. So let me see if there's anybody with very, very burning question or feedback that must be given now. If there's any, then you can raise your hand. I can see my brother from Kenya, Afa. Just stand. If you have a question, please just stand so that we can know how many minutes we can give to plenary. I was given that strictly no plenary, but I have a feeling that because these are two presentations, remember there was a Minister of Agriculture and now there's Minister of Trade. So let me just see colleagues who have burning questions, if you can be able to stand, please. I can see one. If you can stand, so that I can see properly. There's only one who is standing, so let's give him an opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much for that opportunity. Yeah, for colleagues, thank you for that great presentation. My question actually goes to the first panelist and the second one. We know that most of the trade across these borders, as you know, they are imaginary. There is no wall between us, some areas, no river, it's just an imaginary border. The trade that is happening intra-regional is mostly informal. If I can look at Kenya, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, we see that our trade is almost 60% informal. And my brother from Uganda has talked about standards. So how are we ensuring that we formalize this cross-border trade? Because most of the people are passing through porous borders. I think that's the major issue that we are now bedeviled with in order to control quality and safety of our products that are being traded. Thank you.
Excellent question. Formalization of trade, particularly for Uganda, but I'm sure the rest of the region. We had two more colleagues there. Please, your question quickly, maybe within a minute. Can somebody help? Okay.
Okay, thank you. As it is known, effective neighboring grain business can be implemented when there is surplus of grain production in one country and a shortage of grain in another country. I appreciate Eastern Africa Grain Council efforts in making neighboring countries to work grain business together. Similarly, what is the opinion or the view of EAGs that neighboring countries should also do the seed business together, because seed is one of the most important component of agricultural inputs aiming to improve agricultural production, the productivity. Thank you.
That's a question for EAGC, thanks, on seed. Next.
Okay, thank you very much for moderators and the panelists. My questions goes to the panelists as well as the papers presented. The first question is regarding the financial institutions' role in this cross-border facilitations. We expect financial institution can have a role both for the private sectors who are involved in the business as well as for the government institutions. In terms of private sectors facilitation, they are providing financial instruments such as letter of credit, guarantees, as well as working capitals. In this relation, to what extent they understood the challenges, the pains, the private sector from them. I don't know, Mr. Moderator may help me if there is financial institutions or bankers are among us representing, if we can hear from them what is the challenge and they face and how they are, their appetite in facilitating the cross-border tradings. Secondly, the same to financial institutions, the government institutions who are engaged in facilitation of cross-border trading, they need technical assistance and the capacity building from financial institutions. To what extent their engagement in this, which may have policy issues across borders, or those respective government institutions, they may align some of the policy in financial institution working. Because I heard practically, I face some of the bankers, this is working in our country, that is not working in your country, something like that, while we are making trading, which delays on the borders. So in that area, to what extent the respective government institutions are ready in as alignment of some of the policies, and the institutions, financial institutions also are ready to engage in this type of cross-border businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Very good questions. I think the question on finance, I think I'll offload to Gerald. When you're coming to make your final remarks for breakup, I think you can mention that. I think it's a very important question. So let me go to my panelists. In terms of the feedback to the team, but also within a minute or less, please, you can even spend 20 seconds to just summarize what you are going to do for the trade deals, but also if there's any question that you can be able to respond very quickly. Less than half a second.
Thank you very much. As TanTrade and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, United Republic of Tanzania, we play a strategic role in grain facilitating by providing essential services, support exporters. So, and this question will respond because our government is willing. As we see, there is a continuous process of improvement on policy or concerning market access. And this willingness is upon our top leader, Madam President Samia Suluhu Hassan. So we are going to improve day-to-day policies to attract business and make sure that we trade between us. And also the emphasis on cross-border, cross OSBPs. So also there is a ongoing committees and our top leaders also, they are meeting day to day and whatever crisis is happening. So to make sure we trade upon us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
20 seconds, Dorere.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I have a whole list of things we are going to do, so I will do this. I will not read them. I will make a commitment as the head of department through the East African Grain Council chapter in Uganda. I'm going to designate a focal person for you. Come to that person, bring the list of all the contracts you may have signed here, because reading for you what we'll do will take more than 20 seconds. Then we will sit and digest on what needs to be done for us to make trade happen after these contracts. Coming to the question which came from my brother from Kenya on the informality, you are very correct. The statistics which come from Uganda Bureau of Standards, Uganda Bureau of Statistics and Bank of Uganda, they do an annual informal report, indicate that a big percentage of our trade across Kenya and Uganda is informal, and much of it is in grain. But to address this in Uganda, if you have been on the side of Busia, Kenya, between our border and Kenya, Busia, Maraba, we have put what they call the border export zones. The purpose for that is we want to have a place where even the smallest trader can come and do some sort of value addition. Grading, sorting, packing, and all that. We do have that infrastructure across our borders. We have also one with the DRC in Congo at Imponwe. We have another one at Nagana. We have with Rwanda at Chanika. So we are working on the infrastructure that gives room for even the small traders to have where they can store in what I would call in a conducive environment as they for the market. We also have the simplified trade regime. My sister from Malawi mentioned it. This brings together the small traders so that they don't line up behind the trucks. You have only goods worth $2,000 and you are lining up behind a truck. So we have trade desk officers who take the statistics of what they are trading and help them to also do training. At the districts, moderator, if you allow me, we have district commercial officers. These are our foot soldiers for trade, besides the finding markets, and they keep data and information. They give us quarterly reports on the products that are crossing, the standards and all that. They work hand in hand with the production officers at the district level. We are also putting together the Produce Marketing Act. It will surprise you to know that because we liberalized, the oldest law we have is the Produce Protection Act of 1913. But that law talks, during the colonial times, it talks more of protecting the commercial crops, which were then three mainly: coffee, cotton, and tea, to avoid the Africans stealing the products which were supposed to be evacuated and exported to the industries into our colonial masters. But we are putting together a law which will regulate some of the practices that cause or undermine our standards. So thank you, moderator. Those are some of the few things we are doing. But as I have promised, we have promised, Benjamin, please come to our ministry. We are going to designate a specific focal person for you to ensure that the contracts you enter in today materialize. They don't remain on what? On paper. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dorere. I think let's stick to that time allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think mine for now is just to assure the private sector that, like I had mentioned, our mandate is to see to it that you trade in a conducive environment, and we facilitate where we can the business transactions. I think that's what we are held accountable for. For the purposes of this meeting, I will speak to the organizers so that we can collect all those transactions that pertain to Zambia, and make follow-ups as soon as we reach the office. I think we'll share my details, the details of other line agencies, ministries, but also just to give comfort to the meeting that I'll be there to make those necessary introductions. And where necessary, we will escalate those things that we are not able to make a decision here to the relevant, to our relevant superiors, so that we ensure that the deals from here are actualized. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point, and I'm sure it's applicable to all the colleagues. Please pick the relevant conducts of our panelists and anybody else from other respective countries who may not be here, but might be of help when you then make follow-up to your deals. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to echo what my colleagues have already mentioned, I also commit to support the Malawi private sector that has come to attend this workshop. I should assure you that the Ministry of Trade and Industry is there for you. The Ministry of Trade and Industry by nature is the ministry for the business people, because we deal with the private sector in our daily activities. So from here, I will continue our interactions. Whatever deals that you conclude, please, I'm here. And I will also take an interest to participate in the B2B meetings, just to support our private sector. And I know back home there are various forums where trade issues are discussed, but you should not wait for those forums. The door is open anytime you want any support from the Ministry of Trade. And I should also mention that as I already mentioned, that as the ministry would want to encourage exportation of Malawian products to various markets. There are a number of initiatives that are there to support this drive. We have the Export Development Fund is under the Reserve Bank of Malawi. It supports facilitation of exports, and the Minister of Trade sits there as a member of the board. So we can always come to the Minister of Trade to seek support. We can link you to the Export Development Fund for support. Thank you so much.
And finally, Amel.
Merci. Alors, tout d'abord, le ministère du Commerce extérieur de la RDC remercie l'AGRA et tous les partenaires qui ont contribué à la réussite de cet événement. Nous allons conclure ce panel pour notre part par 4 messages. Le premier message, la RDC, c'est plus de 100 millions d'habitants, dont le marché il est énorme, reparti sur 3 zones à fort potentiel. L'Est, que vous connaissez tous en tant que membre de la East African Community, l'Ouest et le Sud-Est. Deuxième message, la RDC, c'est 80 millions de terres arables, dont 4 millions sont irrigables. Troisième message, la RDC, c'est une stratégie de promotion de l'exportation et de la diversification des marchés qui propose 62 filières de produits exploitables à l'exportation. C'est-à-dire le gouvernement de la République a mis en place des politiques pour inciter, encourager, encadrer les investisseurs qui se proposeront d'exploiter l'une, si pas toutes, des 62 filières. Et enfin, la RDC, c'est l'Agence nationale de promotion de l'exportation, qui est l'organe du ministère du Commerce extérieur, qui sera votre facilitateur, votre accompagnateur, pourquoi pas celui qui vous accueillera si vous décidez d'exploiter ce grand marché au sein de la East African Community. Nous avons dit.
Thank you. Let's clap for our team. I think they have done well. They have actually tried to respond to most of our questions, and they have given us an assurance that the market's available. The government, the policymakers are willing to support you guys, private sector, and that we should feel free to pick their contacts, just in case you are exporting or importing things from or to their countries. They'll be happy to support. So I think the last session is a photo opportunity before they leave. But before that, there's somebody by the name Luenga Moana, I think from DRC, who wants to make a very, very urgent comment. He's from OCC. So OCC is a standards body, Office of Control and Certification or something. Bureau of Standards equivalent. Okay, Luenga, I think you can come and you can speak from here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to speak in French to explain you what. Ça fait plusieurs années que j'assiste à des réunions sur les pays de l'Afrique de l'Est et de l'Afrique australe. J'ai voulu intervenir puisque les organismes de standard sont les bras des ministères de commerce. Tout ce que nous disons ici, toutes les stratégies ne peuvent bien marcher que si nous nous appuyons sur les organismes de standard. C'est ce que je dis, les organismes d'évaluation de la conformité, les laboratoires, les organismes d'inspection, les organismes de contrôle. Et depuis un temps, les organismes de contrôle de pays de l'Afrique de l'Est, notamment la RDC, l'OCC et l'Uganda Bureau of Standards, ils ont signé des accords de reconnaissance mutuelle. Ça veut dire un seul standard, une seule norme, un seul test et un seul certificat. C'est-à-dire, si le bureau ou l'Uganda Bureau of Standards certifie un produit, c'est que ces produits-là respectent une norme. Et à base de cette norme, l'organisme l'a certifié. Et lorsque le produit certifié traverse la frontière, en RDC, nous n'allons plus recommencer le test. Nous reconnaissons directement le certificat qui vient de notre organisme homologue. Ce que nous pouvons bien faire pour faire avancer tout ce que nous disons ici, il faut encourager tous nos organismes de contrôle de signer des accords de reconnaissance mutuelle. Dieu merci, nous sommes tous dans East Africa. Il faudrait qu'au niveau de la communauté est-africaine, que l'organisme qui gère les standards encourage tous nos organismes de contrôle à se reconnaître mutuellement pour qu'on ait un seul test, une seule norme pour les céréales, un seul test, c'est-à-dire le test qui est fait en RDC, c'est le même qui sera fait en Ouganda, c'est le même qui sera fait en Zambie, et à la fin, le certificat délivré par un organisme est directement reconnu. Ça demanderait derrière qu'on ait une base de données informatisée pour que quand le produit arrive à la frontière, qu'on ne tracasse pas, qu'on accepte directement le certificat. Si ça peut être un certificat communautaire, tant mieux. Si ça peut être chacun a son certificat, on le reconnaît. Même les marques de certification, on aura une base où on reconnaîtra automatiquement la marque de certification d'un organisme partenaire et le produit traversera. Et lorsqu'il y aura des problèmes dans un pays, ça sera directement signalé. C'est le cas des maladies qu'on a évoquées ici sur les céréales. Ça sera signalé. On mettra en place un système de mise en quarantaine accepté par tous. Puisque c'est bien d'appeler les politiques. Mais les techniciens, c'est nous les organismes d'évaluation de la conformité, c'est nous les organismes des standards. C'est pourquoi je voudrais qu'on mette ça vraiment comme une priorité pour que très rapidement, j'avais essayé avec Trademark pour qu'ils nous réunissent. Ici, je vois quand même qu'il y a une très forte mobilisation et nos premiers partenaires, ce sont les commerçants, ce sont les producteurs. C'est eux que nous contrôlons. Si nous leur disons que si nous vous certifions ici en RDC, votre produit va traverser la frontière puisque notre homologue qui est là-bas en Zambie ne va plus vous contrôler. On va directement accepter les certificats et ça faciliterait les commerces et ça faciliterait beaucoup de choses. C'était ma contribution pour ces stades de nos discussions.
You people, you didn't clap for all of us, but now you have clapped for him. Whatever you have said is extremely important, that there's a move towards mutual recognition of the... Anyway, let me not go into stories. Penina, I think that's a very important point for follow-up, because for these guys to be able to do trade, they need their respective bureaus of standards to be recognized across the region, so that you don't need to check in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, everywhere. So that if it's done in Tanzania, for example, you can actually deliver your products to Kenya without going through the same process. And I think it's a very high-level conversation between the national bureaus of standards across the region, and we shall support that process if you guys come to us and say, look, can we convene these guys to finalize the digitalization of the system, harmonization of the procedures, mutual recognition. I think those are some of the things that we are very keen on as Trademark. So let's take our photo, Kamau. I don't know where it's Kamau. As you guys clap for us, I think we can...
As they take the photo, let's give them a quick round of applause. Thank you very much. That was the Ministries of Trade, and like I mentioned, this is where the rubber meets the road. And like we have also been told by OCC Kinshasa, we have to work together to achieve mutual recognition of standards so that we only have one test, one certificate. That is a mutual recognition for our commodities from a quality perspective. So commitment, discipline amongst ourselves in countries, that is still what we are emphasizing with regards to facilitating trade. So we are done. We are done with the panel sessions. And one thing we'd like to recognize is that in the room we have the Warehouse Receipt System Authority of Uganda. CEO, where are you seated? We'd like to recognize that you're in the room, and you will get an opportunity to engage. OCC Kinshasa, Mr. Luenga, although you've asked a question, we have a session where the bureaus of standards in the room will also get to engage with government institutions so that we can follow through the discussion. Mr. Otieno from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, we see you right there. We recognize your presence in the room. And we see Ramadan Mfaume, Senior Standards Officer from the East Africa Community Secretariat. So we shall now proceed for a health break for 15 minutes. Because we need to now begin the business-to-business conversations. And one thing that I noticed, and even from the interactions with the business people and with the policymakers in the room, and if I can do quote and quote from the Ministry of East Africa Affairs, Uganda, he mentioned that he was amazed to hear that there are business people. He even interacted with some of them, and they were saying that I sell rice from Bear, I sell this from this location, from Malawi I do this. So he's very keen, and I'm sure it's the same thing with policymakers in the room, to hear these business people in the room, the buyers and sellers that are also listed on the event program. Who are they? What are they keen to engage in buying and selling from the B2Bs, so that then as we engage in the B2B discussions, the policymakers are aware that for this trade to move, there has to be support and goodwill from the policymakers. So let's take a quick health break, so that when we come back, then we now start off with the business-to-business discussions. So for the Nelvin, I am not sure whether I see you, my colleague Nelvin Obiero. When we come back after 15 minutes, Nelvin will take up the floor, and he will guide us on the introduction so that we can catch up with the time. And so I wish you a quick health break. And so when we come calling, please heed to our request so that we come back and continue with the program, and we'll guide on how we'll proceed into the afternoon. Thank you very much. Enjoy health break. to go to the next session. So we will spend just an hour this morning, or this morning of the afternoon, to introduce the B2B and start off the conversations, and then we'll do a networking lunch, after which the policymakers will remain in the room where we shall be hosting the networking lunch, so that we can have a government-to-government conversation on what we are agreeing as our key message from here as our next action points. Then when the networking lunch is done and the policymakers remain in the venue where the lunch shall be happening, we will come back as the business people to continue with the discussions for business to business. So that is the agenda of the next session. And I'd like to invite Nelvin Obiero. So Nelvin Obiero is our manager in charge of the Business Institute, the Grain Business Institute, and he's also leading our efforts in the business to business market linkages session. So Nelvin, please get ready so that you quickly take us through the next session and tell us what to expect with the B2B. And like I see more people are coming in, just to recap that for the ministries of agriculture, ministries of trade, the trade facilitation agencies, East Africa Community in the room, the Warehouse Receipt System Authority of Uganda, the Bureaus of Standards, we'd like to make sure that the report that we are producing from this event, Tanzania will not report their own version, while Zambia report their own version, while DRC reports their own version. We'd like to harmonize, because our intentions are for mutual, to mutually just agree on how to proceed from here and how we are going to facilitate trade to happen. So we'd like to just have that session together, lunch, while the business to business discussions are ongoing. And when we come back at 4:30, we'll be doing our closing ceremony, where we will have already harmonized what the commitments from governments are and what the intents to trade by buyers and sellers are, so that then we can close together and look forward now to trade actualization with the goodwill of governments as well. So Nelvin, let me know once you're ready. And colleagues from EAGC, Faith, Sharifa, Nicholas, please help me to confirm if we still have participants outside, so that we can then proceed to the next. Please help me to get the team in. Please help me to get the delegates that are still outside to come in. And Nelvin, once you're ready, just alert me so that you can take the microphone and proceed. We are giving ourselves, Nelvin, shall 2 minutes be enough? Then you come? Okay. Just 2 minutes to get the remaining delegates that are outside to come in. Once again, we agreed that it's good for policymakers to sit in and hear the introductions by the business community on what we are doing, where we are based, what products are we coming to sell, are we coming to buy, so that when we are going into the B2B, then we know who is intending to buy what, who is intending to sell what, and the policymakers will be aware of what their private sector stakeholders are here to, what engagements they are here to do. And so when we engage with governments to governments in the afternoon while the B2B continues, we harmonize our communication and our reporting so that commitments are well aligned. Because Tanzania, for instance, will not achieve 100% of what they would like to do from a regulatory and policy perspective if their neighbor Uganda, or their neighbor Kenya, or their neighbor Zambia, or Malawi, who are also neighbors with Tanzania, and the same for with Zambia. We want to make sure that we are aligned and the next steps from here are well coordinated towards facilitating trade to happen. So Nelvin, I think you're ready. So the B2B participants, the sellers and the buyers that are at the back where the discussions will be taking place, just a kind request that you come and just take your seats for a few minutes, because for the introductions it becomes easier, and even for the translations when we use the gadgets at the tables. So let's settle in. I think it's just the B2B participants that I seem to see at the back. If you can take your seats, then we can begin with the introductions and make sure that the private sector and the public sector are well aware of who is here and what they are here to do, to sell what commodities, to buy what commodities, so that then we proceed to the B2B discussions. So let's assume our seats. We will soon be going back to the B2B area, and we also need Nelvin to guide us on how to go about it, so that we know what to expect. So let's take our seats. Let's quickly take our seats. And in the next half a minute, Nelvin, please come to the front so that you can proceed. You can proceed with the next session. Right, thank you very much. Thank you for assuming your seats, and we'll now proceed to the next session. So we asked buyers and sellers to let us know what commodities, what commodities they'd like to buy or to sell, and we did a quick analysis, and so Nelvin will be taking us through that very, very quickly, and then now we get the introductions. But I don't want to preempt what Nelvin is about to do. I was just buying a bit of time. So welcome, Nelvin. A clap for Nelvin, please.
Thank you, Jacinta. So as Jacinta said, we'll be quickly going through an analysis of the profile of the various participants in the room who are interested in trade facilitation. And before we do that, I'll just do a quick flash through of our trade facilitation services at EAGC, just to set the scene on the various slides that we will be presenting on the profiles. So Arthur, we can move to the next slide. Yes, so I don't know if you can all see. So basically, our trade facilitation services are majorly doing 4 functions. So first, acceleration of utilization of standards between the Eastern and Southern Africa regions, where we have our GHubs, farmer-led organizations, having them practice appropriate post-harvest handling, so that when they do collective marketing of the produce, then it's acceptable upstream. Then we have warehouse grain care rules, so for the intake and storage protocols. So how do they ensure that they receive the right material, maintain it in the right form, in quality and quantity, and have it traded in a structured environment. Then we have improvement of warehouse infrastructure. So here we work closely with warehouse owners, both at producer level, traders and processors as well as government institutions in various countries, where we are able to conduct assessments of this storage infrastructure, and we're able to give recommendations on how to improve them to the relevant standards, be it in the SADC region or EAC region. We're able to advise them accordingly. Then we are trying to also ensure that the certified warehouses have an automated system where there's some linkages to the warehouse receipting systems that are premised within the various countries. So for Uganda, that will be UWRSA,
for Tanzania, the relevant authority, for Kenya, the Warehouse Receipt System Council as well. So trying to ensure that when the commodities within these warehouses, that receipt that confers the ownership, the title of ownership is tradable and acceptable within financial institutions. Then we have participation of smallholder farmers in structured trade. So the various presentations we've had in the room, we've known that this region predominantly has smallholder farmers. So up to 70% of them are smallholders. So how do we ensure that they're able to be accommodated in the space of structured trade regime? So we do ensure that the various aggregation centers, we build their capacities, we equip them, and we support them to be able to address various barriers that are commonly faced with commodities from that level of stakeholders, because first, the commodities are not of the same grade or condition, and so how do we ensure that it's possible to treat it as one consignment and put a value to it? So that's the kind of work that we do around that. And then the final bit is providing reliable and timely trade information. So this GSOCO provides pricing on spot pricing. So we have a different system called RATIN, the Regional Agricultural Trade Intelligence Network, that gives you indicative retail and wholesale prices, but the GSOCO platform, being that it's based on actual contracts, and so it gives you a picture of the spot pricing. So it's a rich source of market information as well that allows policy decisions and trade decisions to take place. So this is the flow of GSOCO services. So GSOCO majorly is our trade facilitation service. So we start with stock availability verification. So we physically verify that the stock that is put across is actually there in quantity and quality that is declared. Then we go to the process that we are about to do right at the back, where we organize for business-to-business meetings, bilaterals, where buyers can engage with sellers. They negotiate on the terms for the various commodities with specific specifications on quantity, on quality, and pricing as well. And then we go to the process where we verify that prescription, and we look at from a representative sample what's the actual condition of the commodity. Then we do some linkages support to logistics service providers. We have onboarded some onto our database who are reliable, and we're able to offer that service as well. And then during loading, if it's export, now that a lot of the transactions here will be export oriented, so we do pre-export verification. And so at that point, after we do the pre-export verification, during the loading as well, we do supervision, and the consignment is loaded, the truck is sealed, and then we track that consignment all through until it crosses the border. And upon the consignment moving, there's a lot of documentation support that we offer as well. And then cross-border clearance when it gets to the border, and during offloading as well. We do have physical presence of our team members doing supervision during the offloading, and then the clearing and settlement support that we offer. So we have a holding account that supports clearing and settlement services for the various stakeholders. So where you need that kind of a service, we do have that on offer. Then in the event of any dispute, we also have dispute resolution mechanisms in place to be able to amicably resolve them. So the GSOCO is all about offering secure grain trade linkages, meaning we are linking vetted players. So we are getting off-takers, we are getting suppliers in country and across borders that have been vetted, and then we guarantee performance of both transacting parties during the trade by the various processes that I have described. And then we also oversee some of those procedures. So most of those contracts will be tripartite, EAGC being at the center, ensuring that both the seller and the buyer meet their contractual obligations. So this takes care of counterparty default risk in trade, which is one of the biggest risks especially in cross-border trade. And in doing so, we enhance a lot of efficiency in that process. So how do we do this? So this diagram in front of you shows you how fast we are able to mobilize volumes. So first, where you see GHAB, so that's where the farmers aggregate the grain, and when they do that, the information is channeled to the GSOCO trade desk, and they're able to put it in a catalog that we send out every Thursday to be able to pick various offers on either offer to buy or offer to sell. Then we also have sellers and buyers channel their requests through the GSOCO trade desk as well. And while they do that, we do a lot of vetting and background checks on each of these people to ensure that they're credible institutions that we can engage with. Then on grain verification, we do verification of quality and quantity at source and at destination when the commodity arrives. And then when the catalog moves, there is a communication out to stakeholders, I think on email, and we also have various platforms that we send these out on. And then we do a bid, and the highest bidder, of course, takes the consignment. Then the logistics, as per the guidelines I had given earlier. And then mostly we don't deal with people who are not vetted. So we have a listing of buyers, a listing of sellers who sign off agreements to be able to trade within this ecosystem. Next. So on trade actualization to sellers, we also work closely with various financial institutions to be able to offer trade financing services. So we work closely with various financial institutions who are able to offer inventory financing and other types of financing of commodity trade. We also are able to guarantee electronic payments, so upon confirmation of the delivery. So when the delivery is done, the recipient, that is the buyer, gives the final word before we wire the money to the seller. So when the money comes in to the EAGC holding account, what we do is we assure the seller that we have received in full the value of the commodity as per the contract. And so when the buyer receives the consignment, then confirms to us that they've received the quality that they needed and the quantity that they needed, then we're able to instruct the bank to release the funds to the seller of the commodity. So both the buyer can is assured that his money won't disappear until he confirms the consignment is received, and the seller as well is able to confirm that EAGC is holding the money, and if whatever is sent meets the contractual specifications, then he will be paid. So that is quite a big value to the sellers. And to the buyers, again, low-cost trade finance solutions, because it's not the usual trade finance options that are offered by the various mainstream banks, but these ones are usually case-by-case negotiated based on the risk level and the various aspects of the trade. Then guaranteed delivery of the exact quality and quantity, and of course the opportunity to buy guaranteed quality grain from vetted service providers. So that basically is our trade facilitation service that we offer across the region. And so into the business-to-business session, which is one of the ways that we offer trade facilitation. There are some that we do through the trade desk that I've described. And so the main objective of the B2B session that we're about to start is majorly to provide a platform for business-to-business networking and matchmaking opportunities for possible business relationships. And we are looking at not one-time kind of a relationship, but a long-term relationship where you can have guaranteed supply or a guaranteed market for your commodities. So this session, we are hoping that it will contribute towards improved volumes moving across the borders, and also value of traded staple foods across the region. So I've underlined staple foods because when you see the statistics, you'll see that despite some of the challenges with some of these commodities, there's still a very high appetite for some of those value chains. So quickly, I'll take you through a few slides on the summary of the last B2B that we did last year during a similar event. So Arthur, maybe you can go to the next step. So we had about 126 participants, and this is the representation in terms of the countries that participated, and the stakeholders were included grain producers, grain processors, and also aggregators. Arthur, you can go to the next. And that's the outcome. You can see the volume was quite significant, about 551,000 tons on various grains. And that was, at the time, based on the exchange rates, was estimated at a cumulative value of $285 million. And if we look further down, and by the way, Tanzania contributed to about 47% of the commodities that were on offer at the time, and about 22% of the trade, that's about 123,000 tons, was expected to be local trade within Kenya. So there's significant volumes. Arthur, you can go to the next. Significant volumes that were committed. So looking at this trend, you can see the various commodities and the countries. So there was a lot in Kenya. There was a lot on white maize and green grams. On Tanzania, there was quite a bit of groundnuts. And in Burundi, we can also see there was a bit of rice, about 10,000 tons that was committed. And DRC was majorly dry white maize that was being offered at the time for trade. Arthur, we can go to next. And in terms of the commodity profiles, with all the challenges with the maize value chain, you can still see 92.5% of the commodities that were of interest at the time, maize still dominated, closely followed by rice, and the others were very small volumes. Arthur, we can go to the next. So again, for those who registered for this B2B, we were able to also conduct an analysis so that we were able to have an idea on what to expect. And so we had about 65 participants among us registered to attend the B2B session. And if you look at the numbers, Tanzania has the highest, followed by Uganda, then Kenya, and DRC, then Zambia, Ethiopia, Burundi, Rwanda, then Malawi. And this time we didn't have agro-inputs people, we didn't have any financiers in the house, but the people we have in the house, we have grain processors, we have producers, we have aggregators as well. If we look at the profile of the B2B participants in the room, the exporters, again, look at the importers and the exporters. There's quite a lot of appetite to export from Tanzania and Uganda, you can see. In terms of imports, there's none in Tanzania and Uganda. And for Kenya, you can see all of them are importers, no exporter from Kenya or Zambia or Burundi and DR. And for Malawi, there's a bit of a balance. There's some exporters and some importers. And we can go to the next slide, please. And so for the commodities of interest, again, you can see maize sits right at the top, followed by beans for this particular group. And we also have soybean, sorghum, and rice being amongst the key commodities of interest. We also have green grams, cowpeas, barley, and a lot of the beans variety. So most of the beans variety you see here, most of them actually from the Ethiopian side of the market. That's where you can see a lot of varieties that are not very common in this area, but there's quite a lot of varieties of beans. After we can go to the next. And those are just a few photos from the last B2B. So thank you very much for your time. And so I'll quickly take you through the next steps. So we have set aside some tables right at the back. Each table will have 2 stations. The stations that you can see down there are stations for the sellers of the commodities. So if you're interested to offtake any kind of grain, the sellers will be seated, the buyers will be hunting the sellers. And so in between, I'm sure the sellers will again begin to do the other way. It gets very chaotic sometimes, but I believe if you find a window, you can always interchange and interact with whoever you want to interact with, whichever country. So right now, after this session, we'll find our tent cards. There are people who've already set up some small stands exhibiting the grain that they came with. So you're able to also verify what kind of quality parameters and also the specs of the grains that they have. And so from here, we are looking to have some trade intent forms signed. These are not contracts. These are just a show of intent that you'd like to engage with whichever organization on a particular commodity of a defined volume, and we can also establish the value so that we can have our trade facilitation teams support you after this event and be able to facilitate those transactions to happen. So we have colleagues right at the back that will give you some trade intent forms. Most of them are in English, but we have a few copies that have English on the left and French on the right for those who require that to understand, the particulars of the contracts and are having challenges or reservations about the English trade intent forms. So is there a question up to that point? Is there a question?
Okay, as you think about the questions, the EAGC team, please come forward so that you are easily identifiable to support the transactions. Come forward, we all see you. EAGC team members, quickly come forward. And even those ones are outside anywhere, everyone from EAGC staff.
Yes, so as the EAGC teams are coming forward, for the French speakers, we have some support. There will be translators who will help you negotiate with the various organizations and support you do those trade intent forms. So there will be support. We'll be able to identify you and support you. So don't be worried about the language being a barrier.
Yeah, so to support the transactions, we have brought a strong team from EAGC, various offices. So starting with the Uganda team, Benjamin stand next to Paul Ochuna. So these two are the team leaders from Uganda. Paul Ochuna is our head of finance, and he is also in charge of the country cluster of Uganda, South Sudan, and Rwanda. Those three countries are led by Paul Ochuna and working closely with Benjamin Aijuka. So the Uganda team, Benjamin and Paul, will be fully available. I'm sure you already, they are the ones who identified you and even made sure you come. So that will be the team supporting Uganda. Supporting Ethiopia, you can sit, the two of you. Supporting Ethiopia, but any one of us, you can approach any one of us. Supporting Ethiopia, we have Hussein Ahmed, so he will support transactions with Ethiopia. And in any case, all of us, we are available for you, and you'll all hear our names. Thank you. Then from Malawi, we have Wezi Hara. So the team from Malawi, from Zambia, all that, Wezi will be available for us. Then from the other countries, Tanzania, where is the Tanzania team? Tanzania team, Sharifa and Stratton and the others. Okay, Sharifa, I believe you saw her here yesterday. She's available to support Tanzania group and even Rwanda and all those other countries and everyone else. But for introductions to complete, that is Faith and Nicholas are in the GSOCO trade desk. So all the transactions for GSOCO, what goes into the catalog, they're the ones, together with other team members who are not here, who receive your offers, put them in the catalog, and when you send your request to the catalog, it will be picked by Nicholas and Faith and the other team members, and then they are the ones now who link the buyer and the seller all the way to the contract, to everything to the end. By way of introductions. Then Penina Gishuru is heading our M&E, so all our reporting and the M&E and everything ends at her desk. So all the reporting to all of us, to the members, to the board, to the partners, she handles that. Nelvin Obiero is our head of the Grain Business Institute. So the Grain Business Institute supports you to become practitioners of structured trade. So that all the courses we train there are to make you somebody who does structured trade, not unstructured trade. If you are doing unstructured trade, then you need to be schooled again and again. So he's the head of the institute. Arthur is our IT support. And then we have Jillian, who is in our communication desk. And then we have Jacinta, whom you have seen emceeing the event, plus Sharifa, she's our country manager, Tanzania. She was part of the team yesterday for the trade associations. So the Kenya team, Faith and Nicholas will support you, but all of us will be there to support you in the transactions. So basically that is a strong team behind the trade facilitation, the support in all the countries. So before we break down, it's okay, you can sit. Before we break down now, I think we needed, Nelvin, we had one or two people who are to share with us practical experience of trading through GSOCO. People who have traded or are trading in GSOCO. Nelvin, you are ready? To give them a minute each, yeah? Are they here? So that you can hear real life experience of people using GSOCO on a day-to-day basis. So who is the first one? Okay, David, introduce yourself, your organization, tell us how you use GSOCO and what would you like to share with your colleagues?
Thank you, Gerald. My name is David Muriuki. I am the Managing Director for Soy Africa Limited. We are a flour and soybean processing company based in Ruiru, Kenya. And we've been using GSOCO for a few years now. And the commodities that we've managed to purchase are maize, soybean, and sorghum, red sorghum, and beans as well, kidney beans, red kidney beans. I can say my experience in GSOCO so far has been good. It has been productive. What it's done is it's created an environment of transparency in that from the buyer to the seller to ourselves as the buyer, end to end, there has been transparency in the process, and what Gerald is calling structured trading. Now, our company is about 30 years old, and as you can imagine, over the years, we've been doing or participating in all sorts of trading, which are predominantly unstructured. So I think the GSOCO, what GSOCO has done for us, it's created an ability for us as a company to participate in a structured trading process whereby price, number one, is known and negotiated. Quality is also shared and adhered to and enforced. Things like transportation is secure, where you get your goods in full and on time. Despite the challenges in trading in East and Southern Africa, we know calamities on the road could happen, and for a company like ourselves, before you find if a truck goes missing and the driver switches off the phone, you're not sleeping, and you find yourself on the road at weird hours of the night and day, trying to track or trace the truck that is coming. So there's a sense of security that we get. I think the other thing is for us as a company moving forward, we will continuously be participating in GSOCO, and I would welcome all available sellers to participate in GSOCO and help GSOCO grow, because it is, as EAGC, it is for us as members, and it is here for our benefit, our security, and for us to be able to participate openly and transparently. EAGC have done a very good job of overseeing a lot of the trades and activities. I can testify to Nicholas and Faith, who are very, very helpful in the process, and indeed, even as we speak, we're in a process of purchasing. And there are financial institutions also. If you're with a bank, if you're with another lending institution, it gives them comfort to know that you have a contract for buying. The money that you request from the bank is actually going to buy a commodity. And the bank has that sense of security and visibility on our transactions. So that is my experience, and I encourage all of us to participate in GSOCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we speak, GSOCO is loading trucks for him at the border of Moyale. As we speak, he's enjoying himself here with juice, but that is happening. And by tomorrow, his people in the office will be receiving stress-free. And in terms of all the money transfers, the contracts, the licenses from Ethiopia and everything else, fully organized by GSOCO, including even clearance for AFA. Where is AFA? I thought he would say something about the big charges he has had to pay at the border. But all that sorted, and all the receipts and everything for even filing with the Revenue Authority, fully packaged. You get a complete package, full end-to-end, full compliance, not a problem. So I think the next to say is from Uganda. That one has sold through GSOCO, gets money while he's just relaxing somewhere in Mubende. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
My name is Ben Akabwe. I'm a manager of finance and administration, Achila Enterprises Limited, Soroti, Uganda. Achila Enterprises Limited is basically an agricultural company. We deal in all agricultural products, from the produce to the inputs. And then we have a network of 12,000 farmers who are contracted to produce different value chains, such as the sorghum, the maize, and the soya beans. The other grains we have not contracted farmers to do so. I'm really very delighted to be here because for the last 3 years, we have had good running contracts through the GSOCO system. Our role, first of all, is to ensure that the products are available. And when they are available, are the qualities also available? Now on the qualities, the East African Grain Council actually took the initiative to train us on the quality modalities. And therefore, whenever we export, we don't have any quality-related issues. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the warehouse receipt system, specifically of Uganda, because they also trained us some time back on quality-related issues. And therefore, as we talk of grain business, on qualities, we should not be debated upon. Let's debate on other issues. And then on how the GSOCO works, I just want to highlight, because it has been already mentioned. Before, when we aggregate our grains from these farmer groups, because we have over 400 groups of farmers in groups of 30, we ensure that the grains are stored well, cleaned well with a processing machine which processes at an average of 7 metric tons per hour. So that makes our work very easy. Now when we organize the grains, the team from the East African Grain Council has to come and verify whether we have really met the quality parameters. When that is done, we now organize for the off-taker. We agree on virtual meetings with the final off-taker, the cost of the product, the transportation cost, and so on. Once that is agreed, the agreement is signed in a tripartite way among the 3 parties, the buyer, seller, and the East African Grain Council, which actually facilitates everything. Now, the moment these goods reach, say, to Kenya, our role is only now to wait for our payment. I'm delighted to say that even as I'm here with you people, they are even now offloading our grains in Kenya. And therefore, I expected payment tomorrow, but I know it will not be done tomorrow since we're still here. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much. And I appreciate everything about this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So he's right. We just received the weighbridge notification as you were seated here for the first weight, which was 47, Nicholas, 47 tons, 47 point something. What was the figure that was read? Yes, about 47. So as we speak, his red sorghum is being offloaded to their client now. And then once everything is finished, is done, payment, as he has said, will be sorted out by GSOCO. GSOCO will just put the money in their bank account, less the GSOCO transaction fee of 0.5%. So it's that easy. Who is next, from Ethiopia or Tanzania? Tanzania, give us a user of experience.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin. I represent a company called Union Stores Limited.
We can't hear you.
My name is Martin.
Yes.
I represent a company called Union Stores Limited. We are based in the northern parts of Tanzania, and we basically deal with maize, barley, and sorghum. I could say USSL and the East African Grain Council, it's been a long journey. There's been a lot of learning, especially in the grain industry value chain. But again, also the component of GSOCO has greatly, we have been implementing it, and this has greatly helped our company, especially in the way GSOCO operates. Because if you look at the model, the model of operation in Tanzania, most Tanzanian companies work with the middlemen, traders. But if you look at the GSOCO way propagates working straight with farmers. So this has we have greatly learned from this practice, whereby we shifted our operation from working with traders. Now we are working with farmers, and this has proved to be very profitable in a way that we are able to eliminate the cost of the middlemen, And again, also we are able to control the quality. But most importantly, currently traceability is extremely important. We are able to trace to our farmers how the grain is produced, in what manner, under what standards. So at the end of the day, we are to tell a consumer, our grain was produced under standard X, Y, Z. So we are able to confirm the quality of the grain that is being delivered. So the Jisoko way model of working, we can see that this is the next industry standard, in the sense that most grain companies should eliminate the need for middlemen and start working straight away with farmers. For this is going to reduce the cost of production, and again at the same time we will be able to have to implement traceability within the grain value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So what Achila told you from Uganda is also being confirmed from Tanzania, where in fact from Uganda it's quite interesting with Achila because they give inputs. They give seeds and all that, and then they receive the output. So what they are selling, you know what seed was used, you know everything going into it. So that's a full end-to-end traceability and all that. I think the last one now from, there are many more, but this is the last one because we want to go into the real business. Let's hear from Ethiopia. They use Jisoko a lot. Go on.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ndasho Belacho. I am from Belainek in the import-export. All EAGC Council participants, thank you very much for leading this platform. We thank you very much. With Jisoko, Kelvin is giving me a very few minutes because my company is big. I don't know how to express my company, but to say two things. One is the BKG is formed as in three pillars. One is the BKC, which is a corporate. Within the corporate, there are 9 companies inside, like transport, hotel, import-export, and many others. The other is Fibella, which is we are doing as refining edible oils and crushing soybean, and we are forming as a package for the edible oil. And the third pillar is for the foundation, which we are making for the social contribution to our country. So this is what our group is formed. So for about Jisoko, we are very much thank you for this preparing the business operations, especially soybean. As import-export, we exported around 6,000 metric ton to Kenya. Even our clients are here, even Mr. David is here, so we are making a very good interaction with the Kenyan buyers for us. And Jisoko is helping us very much good things to facilitate the things for the business things. And also the challenge which we are facing is the transportation system. Maybe, you know, when we go to from the transport soybean loading from Ethiopia to Kenya, some of the trucks are in problem because there is no loading from Kenya to Ethiopia, you know, so that will be, we have to work on that one.
Yeah.
So we are in problem to send the loading commodities to the Kenya, so because there is no back loading, so that will be, we have to then on that. And the first thing is the payment issue also, we have to facilitate because we already released our cargoes, everything moved to Kenya. So if we get it once the cargo is released, if we get the payment soon, that will be preferable. For all things, the smooth business relationship, everything is very good. We thank you very much for all this one, we organize this one. Thank you.
Okay, and right now they are offloading soybeans at the port of Moyale?
Yeah. We have around 15 trucks there. So
and each truck is carrying 50 tons.
Each truck is around 44.
44 tons?
Exactly, 44 tons it takes. So already it's sold out. We only remains a few things which is unpaid one, but it will be solved now. Thank you very much.
Right. So what happens at Moyale, the truck from Ethiopia has 44 tons. It has to be transferred to Kenyan trucks that carry maximum of 26 tons. So one truck is to 2, and that increases the cost of transport and all those sort of things. that are an issue because that interchange. Even from Zambia through Tanzania to Kenya, we have had to change tracks because of policy issues. So they tell you this truck from Zambia cannot enter into the Tanzania soil and keep moving. So you have to shift, and then coming back again, it's empty, and so on and so forth. So those are also other policy issues we'll be dealing with. Now you have heard, so we're going now into the knowing that they are the sellers. Nelvin, so back to you. As we go for lunch, we will know. We're coming back now to start doing the B2B engagement transactions. So introduce the sellers, and then we go for lunch. Proceed.
Okay, so the people holding the commodities that they have on offer for sale, please come up front. If you have commodity that you're looking to sell, please come up front. Sellers of commodities, nobody is exporting here. In the interest of time, let's come quickly. I'll give you each a few seconds, 30 seconds. Don't go beyond a minute because we are many. So if you have something to sell, I'll give you between 30 seconds to a minute to just mention your organization and the commodities that you're offering and the volumes. So for the buyers, please take note of the various organizations and the commodity profiles that they're offering so that it makes it easy that when we go back there, they will be seated and you're able to point them out. They have tent cards that help you identify them. So I know that I'm closer this side. We'll start here. So just talk about your organization and the commodities and volumes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Gift Matsembe. I'm representing Tradeline Compilation in Malawi. We deal with different commodities, maize, groundnuts, cowpeas, pigeon peas, beans. I should say the legumes. We are specialized in that. In terms of tonnage, because this year we do not have good rains in Malawi, so the tonnage depends upon the demand of the buyer. So we aggregate according to the demand of the buyer, especially the type of the crop which we have been requested to supply. But we are experts and we are dependable. We are professionals. So if you need maize, you need groundnuts, you need beans, you need pigeon peas, you need cowpeas, you need rice, then we are there to supply. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Juma Mwanga. I'm General Manager of Songea Namtumbo Agricultural Marketing Cooperative Union. Our cooperative society is located in Lovuma region in the Songea district. We operate into 5 districts there in Songea, in Lovuma. And our cooperative society has more than 53 primary societies, which consist more than 15,000 farmers. And we deal with agricultural products such as tobacco production, sisime, pigeon peas, and other crops such as beans. And in our region there in Songea, in Lovuma, we are the main producer of maize production. In a year, we produce more than 1,500,000 metric tons of maize, and our main buyer is only government there. So if we were interested to buy maize in Tanzania, we produce more than 30% of all maize produced in Tanzanian mainland, in Tanzania here. Apart from maize, also in a year we produce more than 20,000 metric tons of soybeans and 5,000 metric tons of pigeon peas and more than 5,000 of beans, metric tons of beans. So you're most welcome. And through there in Ruvuma, three crops such as beans, such as soybeans, sisime, and pigeon peas, as we are selling through an auction which is conducted by the government. We are selling through TMX. So those buyers who will come there to buy our crops, you are supposed to be registered through COPRA, and you can buy through a TMX. But for maize and other crops, it is free trade. You can come to us and we can make some arrangement. We can enter into a contract with you. We can sell a product. We are financially strong as a cooperative society, so we are able to supply to you as we agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Poster Christine Wagawa from Bidia United Agencies Limited from the part of Africa. I'm here to offer to you maize grain, beans, peanuts, and maize flour for my colleagues in DRC. The quality is not an issue. If we agree on the price now, we can even start loading. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin Everest. I represent a company called Union Stores Limited. We are an agribusiness company located in the northern part of Tanzania, and we basically deal with grain aggregation and grain processing. And we are focused on 3 types of grains, which are maize, barley, and sorghum. And we have a special product that we call value-added grain, whereby the grain that we do produce is weighed, properly checked, packed, and cleaned. And we have a specific product that we do offer to our customers. The minimum order quantity starts at least from 2,000 metric tons, and we are ready to adjust according to the requirements of the customer. And we really look at what the customer requires. So we are not fixed. We have a mentality of wanting to understand what our customers want, and we try to fix a product that is in line with the requirement of our customer. So kindly, I invite you. We have a chat. We can be able to discuss further and see what we can do for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. And go to Pella.
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaiah Langa. I'm from a company by the names of Pella Commodities, based in Soroti, northern Uganda. Sorry, eastern Uganda. We are a commodity trading company, and we Nelvis, I knew you would switch off the microphone when I was speaking. But anyway, we do mostly each and every grain value chain, and recently what East African Grain Council has done with us is has helped us to introduce us to what is called the G hubs, which are grain hubs, which are a network of farmers or cooperatives. So we are capable of producing and delivering any quantities of grain and at the right quality, because we have modern machines which would be able to meet any quality for export. So please, I've got a table there just as you're entering where the tables are. You can come and we can discuss business. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm also delighted to say, sorry Gerard for reminding me, we have the first of its kind, what is called a ToxiScrub, a decontamination machine, a machine that is capable of removing aflatoxins from grain And so we have managed to help some companies who have had contaminated grain go through our system. And Ben is a case in example here who has been able to bring his grain, which is highly contaminated, and was able to take out uncontaminated grain. So if you need to discuss with us that, please, you are more than welcome. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you. So what he was saying was a true story where Achila needed to export a consignment. The aflatoxin levels were high, moved to Pella Commodities. They passed it through ozone treatment. It became aflatoxin free and was sent back to the market. So that's a real true story. So next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Mugarura. I'm from Rwenzori Agro-Processing Millers. Rwenzori Agro-Processing Millers, we are located on the slopes of Rwenzori, the most fertile land in the Pearl of Africa. We are farmers, and our capacity is 2,000 metric tons per season. In a year, we do 4,000. We are aggregators as well. We trade in all commodities, maize, beans, and soybean as well. We do milling to the western part of Congo. That's why we are taking our flour as well. So we are ready for business as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. Hello everyone. My name is Mirembe Sophie. I work with Grain Pulse. Grain Pulse is an agribusiness in Uganda. The only one in the country with a blending facility for fertilizers. So we produce fertilizers, package them in 10, 25, and 50 kilos so that people are able to access, to reduce basically counterfeit and preferred. So after we've given the farmers fertilizers, we buy back from them because they've increased production. So we buy back maize, sorghum, barley, soybean, mixed beans, and we genuinely have built a model of hubs everywhere in the country. So we're able to buy much more. I had people talk about green gram. We have green gram in some part of the country, so that we also can buy back. We also buy back coffee. Coffee majorly, we do export. Grain, currently, we add value, both for human and animal feed. Human, we have a flour called Jimu. So for the DRC market, we have a good flour that we can give you. The Jimu is both fortified and unfortified. So we're able to give you that. Then we also sell the grain. Our grain market mostly was Kenya, but I think we can talk and see where else to send the grain. The grain capacity is over 20,000 tons. That's a silo space we have for grain. So if you need maize, clean maize, right ESC standard, please come. We'll talk and see how much maize we can get you. Soybean and barley, currently we majorly buy for beer. So if there is a brewer that requires soya or barley, that we should be able to provide. I know people asking for brown sorghum. A bit of the Ugandan market also has brown sorghum for food. If that is what you require, we can talk about it. I think the right way to deal is that we agree. If there is something you want, you tell us. If it's grown in Uganda, we can find it for you. And then you know you're dealing with Grain Pulse, so you're able to get good standards. The animal feed is the value add that we do using the soya that we buy. And with that, we produce a animal feed called Halisi. We thought we would sell that also majorly in the Rwanda market and maybe a bit of the Kenyan, the lower side. But even that hasn't happened. But I believe with partnerships like this, we should be able to sell the extra products that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yesterday someone talked about Cob model. The reason I confirm that the grain we have is very good grain is we buy most of our grain on Cob. Why we buy on Cob is to ensure that the quality of the maize is not distorted by the farmer through post-harvest. But the other thing that we need to think through or look at is when a farmer sells on the Cob, they actually make more money. You feel like we pay them less, but there is less wastage. They don't lose anything. The farmer cuts his maize, he doesn't have to dry. I come and pick it on the Cob. I pay 77%. The 23% will cover the water and the Cob. But when you calculate the money that the farmer gets, if I buy from them on COP, they actually get more money than if I buy from them grain, because they lose on post-harvest. When I take the COP, what do I do with it? We take the COP to Mukono, which is our main plant, dry the COP first, or use the dryers if the moisture is not that bad. After we've dried, we take off the maize, use the cob for the boilers, because now we are moving to biogas to reduce cost of production and hence be able to be competitive. Because you know, if you don't, if you're not competitive, people will not buy even the grain or the flour.
Oh, yes.
So cob has helped. Thank you.
Yeah, you can sit.
My name is Mohamed Zege from Farietu Kilimo Limited. We are in Tunduma right now, and recently we have managed to open an office in Zambia. So our friends in Zambia, we are dealing with maize and beans. We have been selling beans to our friends in Congolese. The good thing about them, they prefer different types of beans in one bag. So we are flexible, and we are aggregators. We can collect maize as per client's needs. In Lusaka, we are at Cairo Road, Pindoko House, floor number 10.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My names are Norma Owango. I represent two companies, the Zambian one, Tuyen Sourcing, and the Tanzanian one, Admin Logistical Services. So we basically customize for the client. We offer, what currently we are offering is maize, sorghum, dried ginger, avocado, black pepper, pulses that are in season, red speckled beans for my Zambian and my Botswana friends. Also maize, we get it from South Africa because we also liaise with our farmers who are in South Africa. So for the Congo market, Kasumbalesa, we actually do have a warehouse on standby there that consolidates the maize from South Africa. So we are welcome to talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Once more, my name is Ben Akabwai from Uganda, Soroti Achila Enterprises Limited. What I have available is maize, sorghum, soybean, green gram, cowpeas, any grain you can get from me. But let's take note of the use of the G-Soko. I cannot sell to you without the G-Soko. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frovakata. I came from Ethiopia. I'm working for Oromia Seed Enterprise. I'm the CEO of the company. Oromia Seed Enterprise established in March 2018. Oromia Seed Enterprise is fully public enterprise company. It is established to supply different improved seeds for farmers to improve the livelihood of our farmers in our country. Oromia Seed has grown rapidly over the past 16 years to become the largest seed company in Ethiopia. At the present, Oromia Seed Enterprise undertaking the production of pre-basic seed, basic seed, certified seeds of 81 varieties of 24 crops. Oromia Seed has had 35,000 hectares of its own land, of which 32 hectares land is used for seed and grain production. On an average, Oromia Seed Enterprise produce 80,000 tons of seeds and 15,000 tons of grains. It had 40 farms in different regions of the country and more than 1,800 employees. This annual income is more than 80 million USD. So to come to our today's session, from the grain part, Oromia Seed Enterprise currently want to engage in exportation of grains, especially wheat, barley, from the legume parties like beans, soya bean, haricot bean, and the faba bean. Today, if the buyers, potential buyers, came and discuss with me, we can negotiate on soya bean, haricot bean, and the faba bean. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Alfred Mwangi, Managing Director, Shamba Bora, located 200 kilometers out of Kampala towards the north, where the grain comes from majorly. Dealing in soya, maize, sorghum, and beans. We have aflatoxin testing services for you. We have storage capability for the hubs, or for you as a buyer from the hub to store up to 800 tons. Currently, what do we have? We have 100 tons of soya and 70 tons of maize, grade 2, and 30 tons of beans. You're welcome to meet with the farming community, interact with them, have traceability, and we grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Sabsibe Zubair from Soreti International Trading, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Soreti International Trading engaged in over 20 years in exports of pulses and oilseeds. And some of the pulses which are today also in the behind you to be displayed. Beans like pinto beans, green mangus or green grams, and white pea beans, and chickpeas are also available. We are working with the farmers in the central part of Ethiopia with especially in contractual farming systems, which we are providing inputs and support them, and also during harvesting we collect these grains and process it and exporting. So you are welcome. We have a rich experience in quality compliance, even to supplying to World Food Programs, in especially in grains. So you are welcome. We want to network and working in that area. Come join us for joint ventures.
Thank you. My name is Samuel. I came from Ethiopia, from Oromia Agricultural Cooperative Federation, which is organized by farmers for supplying agricultural input for them and to collect their agricultural commodity from members. This federation has around 67 member union and 3,600 primary cooperatives, more than 3 million household farmers. So we do for our farmers. My company is Farmers Company. We did all agricultural commodity we collect from our members farmers, additional to coffee, and we export to many countries, especially Asia, European like. So if you are interested to do business with us, recently we have 3 commodity in stocks: light speckled beans, RKB, and sesame, Wallaga type. So welcome, because the company is trusted company, because we are a farmers and controlled by government. So if you have interest to buy, I'm available here on especially on 2 agricultural commodities what I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabaif, and Sabaif Edo. I'll be representing Edo International Trading. So what our company does is we clean and export pulses like white pea beans, RSKB, LSKB, and so on. So we mainly focus in quality and honesty. We do own our own farms and contract farming so that our pulses are traceable. What we export is clean and quality exports. So what you see is what we send for you. Thank you.
So light speckled kidney beans
Yeah,
and
lights.
red speckled kidney beans.
Red kidney beans, white pea beans, black cumin seeds, and pulses. all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You used acronyms, so I was trying to
Okay,
clarify.
okay. So
yes.
light speckled red kidney beans, red speckled red kidney beans, sesame, black cumin seeds, soya, green mung, chickpeas. We export all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sebastian Msola. I'm representing Kibaigwa Flour Supplies. Our main business is grain trade and grain milling. We are located at Kibaigwa. It's the center of Tanzania, capital city in Dodoma, where we are situated. We do deal with contract farming. We are working with more than 10,000 farmers whom we do supply with the seeds. And from the last year, we are now applying AflaSafe. We have a contract with A to Z who are making AflaSafe to avoid aflatoxin. So one of our business is grain trade. We do work on maize grain, sorghum, white and red, peanut, as well as sunflower. So another business which we are doing, we are milling. We have a very good machine, a milling machine with the automized one with a capacity of 50 metric ton a day. Right now we are milling for brewing companies, and we are milling for the local. We are assuring you that our milling machine, they do meet standards of the quality. We have a very good laboratory. Before we supply the final product to our customer, we must have a certificate of analysis to analyze what is in there, the aflatoxin level, moisture level, and other quality parameters. So apart from grain trade, we do encourage our fellow Zambians, Malawians, DRCs, and others that we can also make the quality maize flour according to the specification you need, because we have that ability, and we've been working so close to the government institute like Tanzania Bureau of Standards, Tanzania Agricultural Research Institute, so we know what we are doing. If we talk about the food today, you should consider first of all the quality. So apart from maize, grain, or peanut, or sorghum, we also can make a deal of supplying with the milled sorghum according to the specification which you need. Thank you. You are very welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ndeshao Balacho. I am from Balaina Kinde Import-Export. As I mentioned previously, our company is engaged in different sectors. Just for this platform, I need to talk about the import-export. We have on commodities which will be exported to different countries, especially for this region. We have the experience previously on maize and soybean. On hand, we have the green mung, white pea beans, red kidney beans, and also if there is any requirement on sesame, we have on hand. By the way, our company, for the last 11 and 12 consecutive years, we are #1 exporters in the country. We are awarded from the government authorities also. And especially, we are unique, by the way, in this region because we have the experience. For anyone, honestly, to speak, we have experienced in this region. Previously, on 2016, we exported 200,000 metric tons of maize to Kenya. So at that time, the government of the Kenya awarded us the best performance for Ethiopian country, our Balaina Kinde Import-Export. So some of those you can mention this one. So we have the experience. We are unique, so you can come and deal with it at the back of the tables. And also from the, I don't know what requirements will be needed. It's in the coffee also, from seeds and pulses, we have very good performance. One of the things is we use the commodities we collect in two phases. The first one is from our farm. We have 6 farm sites in different regions of our country. So we collect from our farm also. And the second one is from the government settled and a very good situation for the contract farming. So we deal with the farmers before the on season. So we deal on that one, and we can deliver you a very good quality of beans and oil seeds and pulses. So thank you very much for your listening. If any requirement on this, we have very good experience. We are very good on prices, and we are very good on quality issues. So you can come and talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, brother and sister.
Good afternoon.
sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Me, I'm called John Christopher Kwang. I'm heading a little joint farmers multipurpose cooperative society in Uganda, based in northern Uganda. We have produced a lot of grain of soybean, maize, sunflower, green gram, and simsim, or sesame. We are also partnership with the Makerere University to improve the seed only. We try to stop the fake seed in Uganda. That's why we try to stop a fake seed from the seed company. We are multiplying the QDS seed. If you need the good seed from us, you come and buy the seed for the soybean, for the simsim, for the green gram, and for the bean also. We also produce a lot of grain. If you need a quality grain, you come to a little joint, because we're setting a committee within the cooperative, production committee, quality assurance committee, and marketing committee. That's why we are setting that committee to control the production from the garden up to the store. That is where, if you need the grain, you come to us. Every season we produce maize 500 tons, and the soybean 1 million metric tons per season. That's the home of the soybean. If you need, you see me. I have the sample there, then we can negotiate with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Polycarp Olalokene. I'm representing Agroways Uganda Limited. We are located in the eastern part of the country, about 85 kilometers of Kampala-Malaba Road, and we have another branch in Mbarara. So we are a grain trading company that deals in maize, to be precise, white maize, not yellow. We have white sorghum. We have also barley, and we have also gone to the tuber aspect. We do deal in cassava chips, high quality cassava chips, and we also process it into flour, mainly for industrial use. The barley also is mainly for beer making. So if there are companies, or you have a sister company that deals in beer production, we have the barley, we have the white sorghum. But for human consumption, we have the maize. And we are also processing maize into maize grits, mainly also for industrial use and confectionaries. If you are open for business, you're welcome. If you want to come and visit and see our capacity, see the machines we use, because we are doing transparent business. Gone are the days when we play around. So if you're interested in doing business, come and check me. We have more engagement, and you're welcome to Uganda anytime, and we discuss in a very transparent manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Par le nom, je suis Nathalie Hubert et je suis conseillère commerciale au sein d'un réseau de coopératives justement agricoles. Alors pour ce faire, nous produisons les soja, mais également le sorgho, mais aussi le maïs. Alors c'est situant sûrement en est de la République, exactement de la République démocratique du Congo, exactement à Ruzizi. Nous avons une très belle qualité, n'est-ce pas, de maïs, et nous produisons 1000 tonnes la saison. Et là, je représente justement 11 coopératives. Alors, s'il faut parler vraiment de la qualité, nous sommes là. Donc, rassurez-vous, nous serons de l'autre côté juste sur une table et j'ai amené avec moi certains échantillons qui pourront sûrement vous attirer et montrer effectivement que nous avons non seulement la capacité, mais également nous sommes transparents pour ce qui est de production et également de livraison. Parce que nous envoyons nos maïs au niveau du Rwanda, parce que vous allez comprendre que au niveau de Ruzizi, il y avait ces problèmes-là de séchage. Alors nous renvoyons cela par la frontière de Rugarama et Kamanyola. Et là, on procède par la façon de sécher. Et c'est là d'une très bonne façon le maïs qui revient encore en RDC. Et là, nous pouvons les livrer en toute transparence. Merci.
Thank you. So the next presenter is also from DRC. So please have your headphones on for the English translation. I'm seeing quite a number of the people are struggling. So put on your headphones to get what they're saying. Proceed.
Merci. Bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Molongo Rodrigue, le gérant de la Société de services commerciaux agricoles et industriels, Dominator Initiative. Nous sommes spécialisés dans la commercialisation des maïs. Généralement, nous nous approvisionnons dans la province de l'Équateur, à l'ouest de la RDC, pour la ville de Kinshasa. Et dans la province de l'Équateur, la récolte se fait à très grande quantité à la première saison, au mois de juillet. Mais la difficulté, c'est qu'au mois de juillet... Oui, merci. La difficulté, c'est qu'au mois de juillet, c'est une saison pluvieuse. Mais il se fait que, comme on n'a pas de très bonnes installations et des séchoirs, la difficulté, c'est que des fois, vous pouvez vous approvisionner avec des maïs et de riz et qui commencent à se détériorer même au même lieu où vous êtes fait l'approvisionnement. C'est ça les difficultés. C'est pourquoi je demande s'il y a un entrepreneur qui pourrait investir dans ce domaine-là, donc de très bonnes installations d'entreposage et de séchoirs. On serait des grands exportateurs de maïs, du riz dans les jours qui viennent. Merci.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name's Itiweni Samson Luhago. I am the director of the Dickens Investment based in Iringa, Tanzania. Iringa on your way to Malawi, Zambia, DR Congo, and some other countries in the south. We are the dealers mostly in the process. We are the processors of the maize flour. We do also the fortification of maize flour, but also we are the sellers of grain, specifically maize, beans, and rice. And so we have a big capacity of selling to so many people. We have first sold our beans in Rwanda, the sugar beans, but we have capacity to serve more countries in the south, in our colleagues in Zambia, Malawi, and DR Congo, specifically on maize, rice, and beans. We have our samples at the back. You can come and talk to us, talk a business deal so that we can go in agreement and do the business together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Modesto Simdemo. As my previous colleague said, we are coming from Iringa, the Southern Highlands from Tanzania. And we are the producers of rice and maize and also soya beans, as well as sugar beans, as the call of Tanzania's government. And as for the rice point of view, we have a massive ton of rice. And we grade rice at your required grade. And if you're open in doing business, we are currently at our table there, then we can talk business. And apart from that, we can speak and exchange more as we were trying to open up in order to start buying and producing together. Thank you so much. Sure. We have different varieties that we are producing. The sample is at the table, and we can grade it, the rice, depending on the need of the customer. And we are open-handed in an amount of stock the customer would need. And we are looking forward to do business together. You are very welcome.
Thank you. Pass it to him.
Good afternoon. My name is Imani. I'm representing Elements Limited, located in Dar es Salaam, but we have sub-offices in Songea and Mbeya. In Mbeya, we trade rice, but in Songea, we basically trade maize, pigeon peas, and sesame. So we welcome you to trade with us. As you know, the most quality maize found in East Africa is those maize from Songea. You are welcome.
Bon après-midi à tous.
Let's put on our headphones.
C'est Michel Djamba. Nous sommes une structure nationale regroupant les coopératives agricoles et coopératives des commerçants transfrontaliers. Donc nous sommes dans la production et la commercialisation. Nous produisons et nous importons et nous exportons. Nous importons le maïs et le farine de maïs. Je voulais juste intéresser les entrepreneurs qu'au niveau de l'Est et de la RDC, juste pour l'année 2024-2023, nous avons exporté plus de 300 000 tonnes de maïs de l'Ouganda, de la Tanzanie et de Malawi. En farine de maïs, nous avons exporté plus de 400 000 tonnes, toujours venant de l'Ouganda, la Tanzanie et le Malawi. Nous avons mis en place un système qui est pour répondre à certaines difficultés il y a 5 ans dans la Est de la RDC. Nous avons déjà installé 7 moulins semi-industriels à Goma. Avec l'appui de Trademac, nous avons réussi il y a 4 mois 3 moulins semi-industriels au site Kivu. Cela va accroître l'importation des maïs et il y a d'autres initiatives internes et locales que nous sommes en train de mettre en place pour voir dans quelle mesure être compétitifs. Cela veut dire, dans les 2 cas, nous sommes au fond de la salle, nous allons échanger et signer d'autres opportunités. Nous ne sommes pas seulement dans les céréales, je voulais juste ajouter que nous sommes aussi dans les légumes. Aujourd'hui, nous cherchons des tomates en Tanzanie et l'Ouganda. Et par semaine, nous sommes à mesure d'importer de la Tanzanie par semaine autour de 40 à 50 tonnes de tomates. Donc, nous sommes intéressés. Il y a aussi des chèvres que nous exportons de la Tanzanie, les haricots et les soja. Donc, en dehors de cela, nous produisons aussi une grande partie de blé, de soja et les sorgho. Avec les sorgho, nous sommes par année, donc sur les 3 saisons, nous produisons et nous exportons plus de 80 000 tonnes. Donc, il serait intéressé pour nous de trouver d'autres marchés pour accroître la production. Merci.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Julius Kamanga from Musaju Agro Dealers, Malawi. We work with a farmer from the input production side. We provide them agro input supplies. Currently, we are piloting a encapsulated bioorganic fertilizer to improve the soils and to improve yields, whereby you produce the best quality organic food for the entire Africa. On the other side, we also do the aggregation of the commodity. We are based in Malawi, Kasungu. Kasungu is the hub of agriculture in Malawi, and it is where you can get groundnuts, maize, soybeans, and these we trade locally to ETG and other big processors at the moment. But we're in partnership also with the Rwandan grain and cereal commodities, whereby we're planning to do a big project there in Rwanda as well. We've been trying to export to Kenya and the other parts of Zambia, like beans, but there have been some logistical challenges which have been on the high side. Otherwise, we are in Kulima House, Kasungu along M1 Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Naiga Justin.
from Uganda in the central region in Mbende district. Basically for me, I'm the CEO of Katsabe Investments, and we deal in maize, beans and coffee. Particularly where we are in beans now and maize, it's our tune today. I have over 20,000 farmers, and I have 46 village agents as my foot soldier extension workers. These ones help in maintaining the quality right from the production up to the marketing. For the buyers who normally come to Mubende, what we need is to formalize the trade. And normally the maize you get from Mubende, sometimes you complain of the quality just because you just come with a truck, you park alongside the road and you start buying that maize. At the end you say, maize from Uganda is of poor quality. So now with the help of Agra, we are trying to formalize from the aggregation centers, which are, let me say, we make it professional business trading in Mubende, particularly it's because where I'm coming from. So I'm ready for the supply of quality maize and the beans. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Iganachira Zakomia. I'm the CEO of Omia Agribusiness. We are the largest distributor of quality and climate smart agricultural inputs in northern Uganda. We have over 14 outlets where farmers can come in every day to access quality agricultural inputs. We have a very robust agricultural extension services network of over 65 staff that go out every day to support these farmers after purchasing the agricultural inputs from us. Right now we're doing aggregation from farmers, but mainly for fresh vegetables and fruits. We have a cold room in Arua that's allowing us buy a lot from the farmers, and we're selling only in the local market in Uganda. And really my main reason of joining EAGC is to understand the grain business so that these over 46,000 farmers we're working with, we can start aggregating some of the grain that they're producing as well. So I don't have products for you today, but I'm here to understand your needs so that I can go back and aggregate all the grain that you need. So great to be here.
Jambo. Majina yangu naitwa Loha Ilangai, natokea Galapo Amcos. Galapo Amcos iko Babati Manyara, kanda ya kaskazini. Kwanza niwashukuru sana EAGC na TMA kwa kutualika kwenye forum kubwa kama hii, ambaye nafikiri ni mara yangu ya kwanza kukutana hapa. Sisi tunazalisha mazao ya mahindi, mbaazi, dengu, maharage ya njano, maharage lishe.
Kidogo tu. Translators, tafadhali tufanye translation ya Kizungu. English translation tafadhali for Kiswahili. Haya, endelea bwana.
Naomba nianze tena. Okay. Sisi tunayo mahindi, mbaazi, dengu, maharage ya njano, maharage lishe ambayo yana madini ya zinki. Nafikiri mnafahamu kazi ya madini ya zinki. Wababa, nafikiri hii maharage ni nzuri kwenu. Sisi tunazalisha kwa wingi. Tuna mtama mweupe na mtama mwekundu. Ukubwa au wingi unaohitajika ni pale utakapokuja kufanya biashara na sisi. Sisi mazao yetu ni bora, tumefundishwa ubora, tumefundishwa kuhudumia wateja. Kwa hiyo naamini ukija kwetu utapata biashara nzuri. Karibuni sana Galapo Amcos.
Okay, good afternoon.
I'm sure you all know me by this time. I'm Joef Pistorius from Zambia. My company is New Grow Co. We are grain trading, buying, storage company in Zambia. We're running more than 14 depots in rural areas. We do mostly mandate buying, so whenever you want to buy anything in Zambia, you come to us. We will do the procurement for you in Zambia. Just charge a fee and you get the best price you can get. We're trading mostly in maize, soybeans, wheat, importing, exporting. So one-stop shop. Thank you. Bye.
Nelvin, you absconded. So the buyers, we will not ask the buyers to introduce themselves now. We will recognize them later from the contracts they will have signed. That's when we will recognize the buyers, because they will be signing to buy. So for now, I think you have gotten to see all the sellers and what is on offer. We have tables. They will all have a table with a tent card. You can be able to go around. And you can also reach out to any of us, staff of EAGC, if you need to be supported to even engage to meet any of the sellers that you have seen or anyone else. We also are going to have at least 1 or 2 or 3 banks available. They will have a bit of they will have presence. And those who also want to chat with the banks on transactions or things like that with EAGC's facilitation, I think we'll have Equity and 2 others. The question from Ethiopia. All right, the question from Ethiopia, yeah, I remember it, and the response to the Ethiopia team is, number one, we are able to make transfers to your banks from any of the banks in the region. We've been successfully able to transfer funds, and they've been received in your country. The only issue has been for the money to be received and credited in your account, your export permit has to be quoted on the transfer instructions. So if the transfer instructions don't have the permit, the export permit that you got from government, the money will not be credited to your account. It will be returned back. That's the only issue. But in terms of the banks, we have KCB, I believe, already providing those other services, and we'll be talking to the other banks to see how much more can we facilitate the banking transactions and even financing for Ethiopia. So I think that's what I would like to give as a response. So Nelvin, unless there is anything else, we can be ushered to lunch or something.
Yeah. So thank you, Gerald. So as we break out for lunch, if you're a seller of a commodity, please identify your tent card so that when you get back, you'll just settle where your tent card is, and the buyers will be coming to you. So please, before you go out, identify your tent card. If you don't have any, please let us know so that we can sort it out before you go for lunch. So when we come back from lunch, we'll immediately be doing business right at the back. I think that's all from me.
Okay, I was just on standby to add to what Nelvin will have said. So we are now proceeding for lunch. What is the time? Must be 20 to 3. So it's 20 minutes to 3 p.m. And so by 20 minutes to 4 p.m. Let me see your watch. Let me see. Yeah. So it is 2:40 p.m. So we will go for lunch for 1 hour. When the hour is done, we come back to do business to business at 3:40 p.m. When the B2B participants come back to the room for B2B, the policy makers, let's remain in the venue where we shall have our lunch. so that we can then do our government-to-government conversations on the next steps from here, because we need to harmonize our communication so that Uganda does not report their own version while Tanzania their own and every other country. So 1 hour lunch from now, and we come back at 3:40 for B2B. We will do B2B for 1 hour 45 minutes. And so on the other side, when the policymakers are also engaging for 1 hour 45 minutes, we will then come to conclude in this room. So it is the policymakers that will join us here for the closing ceremony. And like Gerald has mentioned, our executive director, it is at that point where we'll be recognizing and giving an opportunity for sellers, where we'll be recognizing the sellers that have also signed intents to trade from the sellers that have reported to us this afternoon. So thank you very much for the session, and now it's a pleasure to meet the sellers that are in the room, and glad to know that you have all those commodities and the volumes that you've reported to us. So looking forward to engaging after lunch. And so let's enjoy lunch. It is served at Kivukoni 3. Kivukoni 3 is, you see where they served us lunch yesterday? I just need a yes. Thank you. So where they served us lunch yesterday, once you get there, there will be a waitress in black that will be standing there to guide you to where Kivukoni 3 is. They've set up a very nice lunch area for us. And once we are done with lunch, policymakers, I repeat, let's remain in the room so that we can have our government-to-government conversations to support these business-to-business participants here to engage and undertake trade with confidence that indeed grain will move without delays and efficiently. Thank you, enjoy lunch, and see you then. Faith will issue you with a meal card on your way out. So policymakers, please remember to carry your laptops so that we then move to the other side. The B2B participants, your staff are safe here. See you at 3:40 p.m.